George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. On the hardwood tonight, the Western Conference Finals begin in Oklahoma City as the Thunder host the Timberwolves. Tip off at 5:30 on ESPN. Thunder are 7-point favorites on their home floor. Meanwhile, all rookie teams in the NBA announced. Blazers center Donovan Clingan earns second-team honors, while Spurs guard Stephon Castle earns Rookie of the Year honors. On the ice, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and the Hurricanes in Carolina. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners back in the Windy City, sending Casey Legumina to the hill. For his first start of the season, Adrian Hauser makes the start for the White Sox. First pitch at 4:40. And in the NFL, the league's owners have voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics, which debuts in the 2028 Games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Ahoy! Welcome in on a Tuesday. Ropp out. Andrew Nemec sitting in with me again. Ryan Buckley back there. Gentlemen, how we doing?
I'm all right. I'm sore. I did leg day today, and I am hurting.
You're also like 9 feet tall right now.
I don't know what's going on with this chair.
I look over there, and Nemec's doing the weird Steve Patterson, like where you sit your seat like way up high, so he's like looking down at you.
Well, I was in that chair a couple times last week, and yet Dusty likes to do some sort of a throne situation, maybe because of his elevated status
So
here
is
at
that
the
what
Fan.
we're doing? Dusty's in some sort of power play?
I don't know. I
That's-
mean,
that's for
because
sure
he's
He
not
lied
a
to me today. He didn't say anything.
He's not a short guy. I don't know.
He didn't say a word to me as he walked by today. He iced me out. So now we've entered the new reign of Dusty Harrow.
He is the king, and we are just his peasants.
Well, tomorrow is our my first official meeting with Dusty as our boss. Is he trying to power play me right now?
I think
Maybe.
he is.
Not saying a word to me. Elevated chair now. This is what we got.
So I have filled in for Dusty before when he pulled the throne move.
Yeah,
Which
he's a high
kind
sitter,
of
huh?
negates some of that throne talk. However, when I tried to put the chair down,
Yeah.
it dropped very quickly, very fast.
Ah.
We're on TV right now,
Yeah.
so I'm not going to do that until the break. But during the break, I'll
Yeah, I glanced
drop it
over
down
there
a bit,
and it
because I
was-
don't want to fall out of this
Yeah,
chair.
it was
on
alarming. That was the first thing I was like, "Oh, how you guys?" I looked over there. I was like, "God."
I feel like I'm in a high chair because I'm not a tall guy, so
No.
my legs are swinging like
You
a.
do. You feel like a little kid. I can tell.
like a little midge.
Well, now what I'm wondering is that, because I'm looking at the YouTube stream, and you're kind of framed perfectly, so I wonder if in previous shows they actually asked Dusty to sit up higher so that he fit the screen better, just for
Oh, so you're saying
this here.
I look nice?
You look
It
good.
works. Well, I
You
can't.
should have said
good.
no, but you're at least centered.
I can't sit up high because I don't know, because Buck's fairly tall. My knees, in order to get underneath the table, I have to sit lower.
Yeah.
So this, but
Otherwise,
look
your
at
knees
the-
are...
I can sit
Right?
this high in the air, like
Yes.
I'm solidly 1.5 feet higher than you, and my legs are. I mean, my legs are swinging under the table right now, but my legs are still under the desk, and you have to sit that much lower
Yeah. Well,
to
it's
just keep your legs under the
Well,
desk.
it's
That's
alarming because
embarrassing.
now we've got two separate beefs going now between Dusty's high chair and apparently I've started an inadvertent temperature war with the morning show.
Oh, yeah.
So there's been a long established, I believe in the male credo that you don't F with another man's thermostat, right?
That's right.
Can we
That's-
all agree?
That's correct.
When you walk into
We
a
can.
man's house, the thermostat is sacred.
Also, who's in charge of the thermostat at your house?
If you're not, I've got a bone to pick.
I
with
don't
you.
think my wife knows how to use it. She'll say like, "It's too hot in here," and then she'll turn it to heat, and then turn it.
Oh,
And
you
it's
let
like,
your
no,
wife
that's
touch the thermostat?
Well, she messes it up.
Ooh.
She basically turns all the heat off
Yeah.
by doing the opposite. Like it's too hot, so she turns it to heat. You know what I mean?
Look, there is very few things in this world, and I'm interested where Buck's going with this because, quite frankly, I love you, Buckley.
You know who controls the thermostat.
I'm terrified that you are not in control of your thermostat.
No, we're in agreement on the thermostat. We both prefer it slightly cooler.
Ryan,
but our thermostat has like an app that controls it. It's not on my phone. It's on her phone.
I didn't.
I can also change it manually whenever I want, which is just fine.
I didn't want
Right,
to
but
do
it sends her an alert.
I had the sinking
It does not.
feeling.
That would be great.
I had the sinking feeling that you were not in charge of your thermostat.
I don't care enough.
Do you?
I don't.
That
Well,
says something
and
about
also,
I feel like this is one of those where you're trying to justify.
no.
Not being in
The other
control
thing
of
is
your
we don't
thermostat.
have any disagreement on temperature. I'm never like, why is it so damn hot, or like it's freezing in here. Turn up the heat. Like it's. We're always good.
So I'm of the opinion that depending on the time of year, 67 and 68 feel very different, but that's the range. That's where I sit.
I'll tell you right now. You come into my house, and that thermostat starts with a 7. It's someone's ass.
That's right.
Okay, see,
And,
there we go.
and
Okay.
everyone
That's right.
knows in the house, do not F with the thermostat. It does not go to 7. That thermostat starts with a 6. And there was a time once where I had a roommate of mine back in college that tested me on the thermostat thing. And you know what I did? I went and just disconnected the heat pump.
Oh, wow.
You have that closet? I just went in and pulled all the wires. So guess what? We didn't have heat. It's like, hey, this is what we're going to do? Cool. And by the way, it was Utah in the wintertime. Yeah, you want to turn that up to 74 in the middle of winter? Guess what? We don't have heat. And he was like calling like the super, and he's like, oh, we'll get to it when we can. And I walked in like the second day. I'm like, hey, how do you like it here? And by the way, it was like you could see your breath. I was like, this is what we want to do? This is the fight you want to pick? This is how we're going to do it. And inadvertently, apparently, I believe I have started a thermostat war. And by the way, it's a thermostat war, much like my roommate. You're not going to win. So this is to the morning show, Dirt and Sprague. Because long I've said that when you come in here sometimes, someone has set the damn thermostat to broil.
74.
Yeah.
It
That's
pisses me off.
insane.
I just-
74 is insane.
It's ridiculous. And everyone's blaming everyone else. And and according to Danny claims that is a morning show thermostat. And that they have to deal with
horseradish.
And they have to deal with the repercussions. They say Dirt and Sprague in the morning, crank the heat up, and then Danny and Dusty try to bring it down, but it takes a while.
Oh, yeah.
And I just got so sick of it that what I started doing now, that when I walk in, I turn that thing all the way down. And I mean, I crank it. Because I used to do where I would just bring it down to try to be a comfortable temperature, 68. And I end up taking off my sweatshirt. I take off my hat, and I just like, that's fine. I don't need those things on, and I'll try to be nice about it. But it's been getting worse. It's been getting worse, and I've had enough. And I'm now taking my shots where it's possible that when someone came in the morning show, it was down in the 50s today.
And that's going to take their whole show to get back up.
And here's the thing.
Oh, that's a multi-hour fix.
And apparently they cranked it back up like well into the 70s today. Well, guess what, boys? This is a fight you can't win. Because when you crank it up, Danny and Dusty are the ones that feel it, and then they turn it down to a normal temperature. So by the time I get into the studio, it's back to a quasi-normal temperature.
This is
Well,
comfortable.
here's the
It's
other
68.
thing.
But when I leave, guess who has control of the thermostat?
You
I'm the
do.
last one out of the building.
And the other component here is that if Jeff Rust is an ally for the Dusty and Danny show, or Danny and Dusty show, then that really could start coming back your direction as early as 10 a.m. when he takes over for that 10 o'clock call-in update.
Yeah.
So you have a grace period for which, I mean, that's 2 hours for their room to get warm again and to be totally normal by your show. In the morning, you have 8 hours. How long? 12 hours to get that thing icy cold, and they walk in and it's the first thing they feel. There's
So,
no grace period.
I'm telling you right now, morning show, this is a fight you don't want to pick. First off, ask anyone that deals with me. In petty sort of grudges, guess who wins? I will go to lengths you don't want me to go. I will take something minor, and just out of spite, I will crank it up. And this is a fight you can't win.
I
So
can attest to
we either
this.
come to a consensus as a station where we get a nice even temperature, or I am going to ice you out. And you may think it's not so bad in the summer. Wait till we get to the winter. Wait till it starts getting into October and you come in here and it's 52 degrees. Because I'm willing to do that. I will not put up with 74 to 75 degrees in the studio.
So here's my question, because I know you pretty well.
Yeah.
even if they call truce and they're like, you know what, we like it warm, but halfway through our show, we'll turn it down to 70. By then, it'll be 68 because Danny and Dusty will turn. By the time it gets to your show, it'll be 68.
That's fine.
Right. However, they've put you through the ringer just with this little amount of time. There is going to be a day, even if it breaks even starting right this minute, there's going to be a day in the winter where you turn it down to 50 or whatever in October, November, December. And when they remember, they'll be like, that's from that fight in May. And then you'll say, now we're even, right?
Yeah. Look, here's what's happening right now. Me and Rob are the old salty guys. We've been here a long time. And you got and they're not necessarily the new kids because they've been here a long time too. But
lace them up, you little bitch.
We're the elder statesmen. And I feel like right now you're crowding the plate. You're crowding the plate. And if you crowd the plate, you're getting one high and tight. And even once you backed off, every now and then, we're going to have to buzz the tower to let you know that thermostat, we're not playing with.
Are they Robin Ventura
ass,
and you guys
bitch.
are Nolan Ryan? Is that what this is?
It's a little bit.
It's a little bit Nolan Ryan, Robin Ventura, isn't it? Like if you come at me, I'm going to put you in a headlock.
Come at me. Here's where we're going. Look at what happened. You're like, oh, the old man on the block. Yeah, the old man. Be careful of the old man with nothing to lose. And again, just from the sake of where we're situated, you can't win this fight. So apparently this morning it was quite icy. Who's to say who turned it down into the 50s? I don't know. I'm just telling you. Be careful cranking this thing up. I've had enough of coming in here and finding it 74 and 75. As a man, I don't like doing the whole man card thing. That whole thing's ridiculous.
I mean, you did just ask Buckley if he's man enough to control his thermostat 4 minutes ago.
I knew.
The thermostat situation is fine, though. It's not like who needs control over it. It's not like
Buckley.
I have things in my life that I'm like, no, this has to be that way. But the thermostat, I'm like, am I cold? No. Am I hot? No. What do I care?
You don't realize the things you've sacrificed in your marriage already.
Look, it's just one of those things, Buck,
fine.
where we just we know where you're at. You got a Subaru, you own a Labradoodle. Your wife goes to city council meetings to complain about speeders and
we got the speed bumps. Yeah,
I know you're not in control of the thermostat. I know you're not, and
also I'm comfortable not needing to be.
I know you are.
My wife,
I know,
really wanted a little dog. We got a German Shepherd Lab mix. And she's not happy about it.
Yeah.
But you know who is? Gobi.
Yeah.
Our German Shepherd Lab mix. And I think sometimes, and the thermostat's one and the dog is one, you kind of have to, if you're the one that's home the most and you're home, you're home a lot, I'm home a lot, you kind of have to dictate the dog and the thermostat.
Yeah. There's just not many things that I draw a hard line in the sand and say, as a man, this is unacceptable. You want to paint your toenails? I get it. You got a little daughter, you paint your toenails. I like going to the opera. I like Broadway shows. You can, you like Britney Spears, you like whatever. I got no problem with that.
Really?
Britney
Spears?
Whatever,
I mean, I get the opera thing. That's
whatever you want to do. Again, especially when it's involved kids in the family. I get it. Buck has to have a Labradoodle for God's sakes, and I'm disgusted by it, but I understand why you have to do it. I get it.
I love that Labradoodle.
But there's a handful of things that you just say no to. And one of them is giving up control of the thermostat. At some point, you got to draw a line in the sand and have a pair. And I believe that line probably starts with the thermostat. You don't screw with another man's thermostat.
Do you think that you're being sunned now by both of the other shows? Because, listen, Dusty is now sitting on a throne and not saying hi to you, and he's your boss.
That's true.
And you've got Dirt and Sprague, the morning show, trying to dictate the thermostat. You're taking it from all sides.
Careful backing me into a corner.
It's trouble.
I'll tell you that right
now.
The
hierarchy is shifting.
Yeah. It's the potential. This could be Dusty's first big crisis on the station.
My wife is in via direct text. She goes, I'm glad we agree on this thermostat. Karen getting another shout out. Technically, you're the last person in the building, and I think you should go on record saying you could be bought to turn the thermostat back to whatever temperature they want for the right price. And to be clear, I would love if you put the thermostat app on your phone too.
I love when Buckley has to deal with repercussions from the show. It makes me happy. So is she listening, or again, did your stepfather rat you out?
No, she has to be listening. There's no way that the communication would have happened that quickly via text.
Well, I want it we love Mrs. Buckley, even though I've never met her, but It was the least shocking thing in the world that Mrs. Buckley is in control of the thermostat. The least shocking thing.
And would like me to take more control of the thermostat by adding the app to
But
my
here's the
phone.
thing.
That's a microaggression.
Yeah, Buck, she doesn't want you. What she wants.
No, she does.
No, what she
She
wants.
wants me to take more ownership.
She wants you to have the thermostat control, knowing that you don't have the guts to change the thermostat, which only furthers her domination of you. Because now you can be like, well, I don't care about the thermostat. But if you have the ability to change it, I want you to.
Well, that is one of those things. As soon as I have the thermostat app, then when we're out of town and we turn the temperature down to like 50, to conserve or whatever, and we get home and it's not turned back up to the temperature we want, I now have to be culpable as well. Because before, if I can't do it on my phone, then how am I supposed to do it?
She's so unthreatened by your downloading of the app that she's like, it'd be cute if you thought you had a little control.
if you helped out a little bit around here.
Yeah.
It is adorable.
I'm telling you, it's a microaggression. That was a
is.
microaggression.
I love
You
it.
shouldn't allow that.
It's adorable.
Well, you're speaking directly to her now.
Mrs. Buckley, we love you. Thank you for all your work and making sure that the speed cushions are properly applied to your streets.
I love you too, babe.
We'll all be okay. Oh, now we've got double power play going on right now. Well, I think it's time to break since the new boss has come and sat down in a leg
Dusty's
up.
just giving you a stare down from the corner now.
That is a leg up position, right? At least he's not sitting in his high throne. Full show today, 3 to 7. What do we got? Game 1, Western Conference Finals basketball. Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL. We got a race war going on right now amongst two ESPN personalities, which is quite uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah, WNBA in there somewhere.
Yeah, WNBA, which I kind of feel
but
like is
that's
secondary to this whole thing.
To
but
fashion and race wars
it's just
somehow.
getting weird.
It is
Oh,
getting weird.
Clock is white.
and by the way, the NFL is going to be winning gold medals real soon. Maybe we'll touch upon that. Headlines coming up next. Primetime here on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the
Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Well, you'd be happy to know we've corrected the thermostat and the chair issue. I am now sitting 9 feet high. And you're a little fella. Look at you.
I can barely reach the microphone.
Look how adorable you look
I
over there.
figured out how to go all the way down.
Yeah, well, Dusty came in to plead his innocence on the chair throne. He claims that he had nothing to do with the elevated chair. And we've discovered how to bring the chair down. So Nemec is at the chair's lowest setting. And apparently my chair goes up to 9 feet high. Like, this is...
Yeah, your knees are parallel to the table.
I don't think my head, I'm looking at the YouTube, I don't think if I sit up straight, I don't think I'm in the YouTube shot.
Yeah, it cuts off at your nose if you sit up straight.
Yeah, if I sit up straight.
Yeah.
I'm in the screen?
Oh, wait, now, hold on. Now, it must be Jake over in, or maybe it's the people on television, but somebody's moving the cameras, and it's not me.
Well, I'd like to believe the CW people right now are probably a little bit.
Well, yeah, maybe they're thrown off. I don't know if it's
These
us
guys?
doing it or if they're doing it.
Why do we have these guys?
Well, it is true. My knee is above, like my entire leg is officially above the table here.
And to put that in perspective,
Yeah.
when I was all the way up,
Yeah.
my knees were under the table and not even touching.
Well, I got to ask, why would anyone need a chair that goes this high? Like, in what, this is like,
To flex on them.
yeah, this is like booster seat height right here.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a high chair.
Well, then this, by the way, this is a true story. The olden days, the old Blazer regime, like when they were doing the, what did Ian, the great Ian Furness, who was my first partner, I'm trying to remember what he called them. But it was like during the Steve Patterson days, and
Oh yeah.
he had a Steve Patterson's right hand guy, and he called them the henchmen. And it was like back when they were doing all this cloak and dagger stuff, and the Blazers were trying to find out who was leaking stuff to the media, and so they were getting some really bad press. And so Steve Patterson, who at the time was the general manager and was the king poobah over there of the Blazers, he was like their president. He had a meeting with media members. He said that we would have like one-on-one meetings. He wanted to like clear the air and kind of, just kind of get like a fresh start sort of thing.
By the way, clear the air almost never actually means like let's get on even footing.
No.
Someone has an agenda in
Yes.
a clear the air meeting.
Someone needs to vent, is what
Right,
that means.
yeah. Someone's upset.
And I hand to God, it's the greatest thing that I've ever seen in my 20 plus years in the business. And if you've ever like covered any of the Blazer games, you know that they don't really have like a great media room. It's kind of like
no, it's not good.
No, it's like a de facto like lunchroom, media room. It's kind of adjacent to the locker. It's just not a great setup for the media. In fact, the visiting media does theirs just out like in a hallway. So it's not a real good setup. So they had like curtained off already this small room to make it even smaller. And they put Steve Patterson in the corner, and he was on like an elevated platform. They built like a little platform for him, and they stuck him in the corner. And the room was like maybe half the size of the studio here that they had curtained off.
Okay.
And so there was just one light that kind of was above Steve Patterson, and the rest of the room was fairly dark because
Like an interrogation room.
it felt a little bit like that because all the other lights in the media room were kind of behind the curtain.
Right.
So you were kind of dimly lit. It wasn't like, think like steakhouse lighting, right? Like when you go to like Ringside or whatever, where it's not dark, but it felt like you're either about to get lucky or you're about to get interrogated.
If someone handed you a menu, you might have to pull the old move of turning on the old iPhone light.
yeah, it's just dimly lit, a romantic sort of light.
I got you.
And they would call us in, and they were like one-on-one. You could ask them questions or whatever, and they had like a series of them, whatever. And Steve Patterson not only was on a platform, but Steve Patterson was like a tall guy.
Yes.
I think he was taller than I was. He was like 6'5" maybe. And then he had this giant chair. So I'm not kidding. And then out front, they like me and Ian were there, and they had like two like folding chairs. So we were just sitting there in like these two regular folding chairs, and then you're looking up at a platform, and then a giant chair, and then like 6'5" of Steve Patterson. He was like 9 feet tall, and he was like looking down on you. And I just started laughing. I couldn't take the whole thing seriously because the idea was like, we're going to clear the air and we want like a better relationship. And it just like, this is the way you set up clearing the air.
Right.
And they try to claim that there was nothing horse crap. I don't know who was in charge of that, but someone like read the playbook of like how to intimidate 101, and they set that thing up, and it was the most adorable thing I've ever seen in my 20 plus years of doing
Take
this.
the aerial position.
I want to clear
Dominance.
the air, and I want to look visually like I represent basketball god Portland region.
Yes.
And then I'd like to talk to everyone and clear the air.
It's like imagine just standing, like if you're a kid and you're looking up at like Chet Holmgren, who by the way is walking in right now. It weighs.
Dressed as God.
Yeah. Am I the only one? He's wearing some sort of white.
It's like some silk pajama getup with aviators or something.
Yeah, it threw me off. But it made me think of that when I raised up, when I was like, how high does this chair go? And I was like, oh my God, this is what they
You're
did.
Steve Patterson.
I think Steve Patterson went to someone at one center court, went to the Blazers, and was like, I need the tallest office chair ever. And I would like a 2-foot platform. But they had like a table in front of them, so you couldn't really see where like the chair
started.
where
He
the
was
chair
just right
started.
up there.
He just appeared. And again, he was brighter because the light was more over him than it
I'm
was
telling
us.
you, it's basketball god Portland edition. This is probably, your chair is probably, if you look at it, there's probably a Steve Patterson signature series chair.
It's the what is it? The Star Wars. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
Yeah.
I just Steve Patterson. No one will question me when I'm in this chair. He had like the power tie on. He was a good looking guy. Hair was slicked back a little bit. I just love when people, because that's a real thing that people do. And
oh yeah.
And so the idea that it was like, yeah, we're gonna set the. I know that we're gonna have some media guys here that are gonna push back against me, but there's no way you can push back when I'm in this position.
Maybe I just haven't been in enough meetings as a short in my life, but people being taller than me doesn't intimidate me in any way. I've always been short. Now, if we were having an arm wrestling competition and you're 8 inches taller than me, then yeah, and you're 100 pounds heavier than me, then yeah, you're gonna win. But if we're just talking, people are taller than me all the time.
Yeah.
I don't understand that move. Like, if we had a debate right now, I wouldn't cower because you're weighing. Well, I do see some nice knees and some nice thigh right
Subconsciously,
there.
you can't handle right now
Those power
the
thighs?
amount of thigh that I have coming at you.
That's true.
Yeah, those patellas are making you sweat.
That's true. I'm out.
Because every
sorry,
time you're
guys.
trying to make a point, you're just crotch level with me right now.
I can see up your shorts.
Advantage
All he has to
me.
do is
Not
just
ideal.
adjust his torso,
Yeah.
and it's gonna throw you for a shake.
It's true.
Yeah, dude, I put my knee up right now in a Han Solo sort of position. I own this argument. This is, if I ever went on like First Take with Stephen A, that's what I would demand. I want a high chair and short shorts. Let's see you combat that.
And before they come in, you send them sweaty gym pics.
Take off your shorts and
So
dunk me.
they're not
That's
sure
right.
where
No
you're
one-
coming
no one
from.
knows.
Is
Just
this
a-
intimidation or
That's right.
sexual
Just
or what is
a lot
this?
of white hairy thigh coming at you. Good luck making your point. All right. Well, we've gotten to nothing in the first 2 segments, other than we've established my dominance as far as chair height and temperature control.
Yeah, thermostat wars and chair wars. We're all over it.
And again, we have another piece of damning evidence in the Buckley v. wife who runs that household. Buck, I'm not saying that is like full on smoking gun in the trial of your manhood against your wife, but it is damning testimony. And I mean damning testimony.
It's finding the murder weapon.
It is.
It's finding the
like
murder.
on CNN right now with the trial coverage, someone would be like, breaking news. Damning new evidence. Ryan Buckley not
Never
in
had
control
control of the thermostat.
No.
Murder weapon
Doesn't
found.
even have the app on the phone.
And then she said it'd be cute if you
and
had
now
it.
she's documented it as saying she wished I did.
Wow.
See, and that's her alibi. What?
That's right. She's smart.
I
She
would
knows
like
what
you
she's
to
doing.
take control of the thermostat, but you know deep down, you're not allowed to have the high chair, nor are you allowed to have the thermostat. No, it's not the way it works. All right, we come back. We'll get into the NFL now being in the Olympics, which I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Seems like the NFL players are pretty excited about it. So we'll talk about a little NFL Olympics when we come back. Primetime here on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on The Fan, NBA playoffs back tonight. The Western Conference Finals begin with Game 1 in Oklahoma City as the Thunder host the Timberwolves. Tip-off at 5:30 on ESPN. The Thunder are 7-point favorites. Meanwhile, all rookie teams in the NBA announced today. Blazers center Donovan Clingan earned second-team honors, while Spurs guard Stephon Castle earned Rookie of the Year award. On the ice, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and the Hurricanes in Carolina. Puck drops at 5 o'clock over on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners are back at it in the Windy City, sending Casey Legumina to the hill for his first start of the season. Adrian Hauser will make the start for the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40. In the NFL, the league's owners have voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics, which debuts at the 2028 games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand.
The Fan.
The NFL players will be men of increase coming in 2028 in Los Angeles. And this isn't surprising that this went through. I am surprised that it was 32-0. In order for stuff to pass, right, at the NFL meetings where they vote on several things, although I've yet to see the tush-push thing. I think they're still navigating that. Supposedly they were supposed to vote on that today, too.
Yeah, they're voting on that today or tomorrow. I guess maybe it depends how long each issue took them to resolve.
Yeah, but one of the things that they were voting on was whether or not to allow NFL players into the 2028 Summer Games, which are going to be in Los Angeles. And for the first time, flag football is going to be an Olympic sport, which is, I'm not sure which is dumber, breakdancing or flag football, but I mean, here we go. Flag football, an Olympic sport. And all the NFL players are like beyond jazzed up about it. And the NFL took a vote on it today, and 32 owners had a chance to vote, and all 32 unanimously said, yep, the NFL will be participating. One player from each team can be on a national team. So you can only have one Cincinnati Bengal, one Dallas Cowboys. You couldn't have like Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. You couldn't have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. So I don't know how all that's going to work, who gets to be the one guy. And there's some other stuff like the NFL approved. They're going to have a pool of money set aside for insurance in case someone gets hurt. So there's some stuff there, some details that have to be worked out. But basically, this paves the way for you will see NFL players in the summer games.
There's a lot more going on here than just kind of the silliness of NFL athletes playing flag football. The NFL is heavily invested in girls flag football right now at the high school level. Yeah. They're trying to build leagues. They're putting money into it. They've had commercials with some athletes, including the National Player of the Year who plays down in California. They've really invested in this. So they have money backed into now flag football. The other piece here is my entire career covering recruiting, a lot of my biggest events with the best athletes, they were playing 7-on-7. They weren't flags.
Sure.
But this is a whole generation of players now who grew up playing very competitive flag football spring and summer, or 7-on-7.
Whenever I walk my dog up at the high school now, because it used to be you would always see, baseball, softball, a lot of basketball tournaments going on. Dude, I see a S-ton now of
it's everywhere.
I don't think it's flag. I do think it's just 7-on-7.
It is.
But it's essentially the same thing, and it's been built up into like the full-on AAU. Dudes are wearing customized jerseys. They got the little padded helmets on, but and like they are decked out, and like teams come rolling in like in team buses. It's become a big time deal.
Oh, and I used to cover it when it was huge. Every event I've ever been to, I've seen a fight, by the way, a fist fight breakout.
Yeah.
There used to be a huge one in Vegas right before COVID, and it was the Pylon 7-on-7 in Vegas. And all the best players, like literally, there is very few things in recruiting where you'll get 90% of the top kids, because kids have different quarterback coaches, and they're not going to do that stuff. You could get legitimately 92, 93 of the top 100 kids that were skill position guys.
Yeah.
The linemen don't do it.
Yeah, linemen won't be involved.
So of the top skill position guys would all be at 7-on. Snoop Dogg had a team for years. Snoop Dogg's team got in a massive brawl in which guns were drawn and pit bulls were released and pit bulls fought on the field.
That's good.
Snoop Dogg's team is banned from the Vegas Pylon 7-on because there was this massive brawl. I've seen the video. It has been told to me that this will never get out and no one will ever see this publicly. But lots of recruiting folks have seen this video of this giant fight in which, again, shots were actually fired. It was legitimately scary. But it's scaled back a little bit from that, but it's still a huge thing where athletes
become like AAU basketball.
Athletes are
football,
sponsoring
right?
teams and that kind of thing. So it's not that surprising. I just think we're going to think it's a cute idea until the United States plays the Philippines and it's like 97-0. And they're like, you know what, Robbie Gould, get in there and play quarterback. Harrison Butker, we know how you feel about women, but we're gonna let you play some linebacker, whatever.
Get on in there. Well, there was the great clip going around, and because they talked about this almost a year ago, and because there is a U.S. Federation for flag football, like there's an Olympic committee for each sport, right?
Yes.
That actually selects the team. Even, USA basketball is, that there's a governing body for each Olympic sport. So there is a flag football governing body. And we have a flag football team. And the quarterback of the United States team.
That cute little fella.
There was a cute little guy, and he was outraged because he was like, you think Patrick Mahomes is better than me? He got all pissed off because for these guys, right?
It's slightly different rules.
Right. They've been playing flag football for a long time. And it's imagine if you've been playing flag football for 10 years and you're the best flag football quarterback in the NFL, or not in the NFL, but in the United States, right?
Yes.
You're the national team captain.
Yeah.
Right? You're that guy. And finally, in 3 short years, the Olympics are on your soil. You have a chance to be an Olympic gold medalist.
And represent your country.
Your country.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, yeah, by the way, Patrick Mahomes can go play.
Well, it's one of those things.
Can you imagine how absolutely what a gut punch that was? And so he had the nerve to come out and be like, what? They just come in here? It's like, this is an entirely different set of rules. He was trying to make the case that no one's going to replace him as the quarterback.
Well, it's one of those things where he's played and hung on to this for like 10 years.
Yeah.
He's like, it'll catch on, you guys, I swear. And they're like, Steven, you have a family. And all you ever do is make $1,000 a year selling tickets to your little flag football park games. And he's like, I told you, we're in the Olympics. Yeah. And this vote is absolutely crushing to that guy. Just crushing.
So the things that still have to be worked out between the NFLPA and the I guess the Olympic Committee that's going to decide this. One, there will be tryouts, which I think is adorable. I want more so than I want to see the games. I would like to see the tryouts.
Yeah.
I would like to see the poor bastards
combine this thing.
Yes,
man.
combine it. I want to see the guys that are on the hopefuls.
It's like tryouts for the dream team. How do you do that? How do they do that?
Justin Jefferson, you're lined up against
Steve
Robinson.
Steve Kessel my ass from Sioux Falls. Get out there and want you to cover Tyreek Hill on this one.
And he lines up, and he's obviously a white guy. And he's like, how many years have you been playing flag football? And Justin Jefferson's like, none. He's like, oh,
I got this.
I got this in the bag. I've been playing for 3.5 years.
So we're going to get permission for any player under NFL contract to participate in tryouts because they are claiming that they're not going to have a lot of time to prepare for this from when the season ends to when they make the selection. But supposedly they're going to make them try
they're
out.
going to put it together.
There will be a limit of one player per NFL team on each national team participating. And I am wondering, like, if you will see some guys, you see this in other sports, if you get excluded from the U.S. team, if you just go back a couple generations, like I could technically play for any Olympic sport for Sweden. My kids could do it for Korea.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you end up not making the U.S. team, either you're not good enough or, you just have another teammate.
Yeah.
Because if you're on the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes wants to be the quarterback, you're not getting on the team.
Right.
Would you go, are we going to see I don't know, is there going to be a receiver that's got some Irish roots that's going to play on Team Ireland?
What's going to happen is Jimmy G is the quarterback of the Italians,
yes!
right?
Right?
That's where this is headed.
Feels Jimmy great, baby.
Where's Tommy DeVito? Where's Tommy If Tommy Cutlets isn't playing for Italy.
I want to see the camp battle or the tryout battle between Jimmy G and
amazing.
Tommy Cutlets.
That would be amazing. What else? Teams designated international player to play for his home country. Says allowing, in addition, a team's designated international player to play for his home country, which I think that's kind of sounds like we were talking about. Like you get to pick your home country. Is that's kind of odd that's being debated.
I would think there would be a Team USA.
Yeah.
And okay, the Ravens, we select Lamar Jackson. And then you've got Rashad Bateman, who's like, hey, I'd like to also play. And I don't even know if he's still at the Ravens. Might be a bad example.
Yeah, so maybe, yeah.
But then he could say, okay, well, then I want to go play for somebody else.
They need to purchase a league-wide insurance policy to provide injury protection for any player who gets hurt doing this. Salary cap credit for any player who is injured, which, again, if you got a guy that's making $54 million and he blows out his knee, that's dead money against your cap. I'm guessing that's something that needs to be worked out.
Sure, but you still would lose your $54 million a year player.
But at least you would then have the ability for a short term to try to fill that gap. Because if
sign those available, really talented $54 million a year quarterbacks.
It's better than having $54 million and not having a way to even try to work around.
It's true. That's true.
An expectation that Olympic flag football teams will establish medical staffs and field services that will comply. That would make sense. The NFL is not going to let their players go out and play on crap. And then a schedule that does not unreasonably conflict with an NFL player's league and club commitments. So basically the NFL is saying if you take care of those and we can negotiate that, welcome to the world of flag football. And everything I've heard from Tyreek Hill to Lamar Jackson, what Jamar Chase has said this, Jefferson, Micah Parsons, all of these guys have expressed saying, I want to be a part of this.
Two things. Are we going to get another country's breakout star who then gets a shot in the NFL?
It wouldn't shock me. Why wouldn't you? If you get some dude from Germany that's playing a
slot
slot
receiver.
right? That can't be covered. Because
Why couldn't he have been a tight end? Come
well,
on.
the only people that are going to play in this, you don't. There'll be no linemen. I can't imagine there'll be any real. I mean, you're getting receivers, DBs, and quarterbacks.
Yes.
Why else? I mean,
A middle linebacker.
but why
Yes.
would you have a middle linebacker? Why wouldn't you just put a safety?
Depends on the rules, because you can potentially have a quarterback run, and so you need somebody to.
No, this is a dumb question. We're up against it. All right, I'm gonna take a break. When we come back, I actually have flag football questions, and maybe someone can help me with this.
I have 7-on-7 answers.
Okay.
I don't know if I have flag football answers.
I might have to do some digging on this. So we'll explore the studio space when it comes to Olympic flag football. Primetime here on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm not arguing that Russell Wilson has been great. He clearly has not. His days as a starting quarterback should be done in the NFL, but teams still keep giving him chances. What have the Seahawks done since trading him?
Nothing.
How many
Oh, we're talking NFL in the Olympics. And yeah, someone said NFL players in the Olympic Village. That will be fun. Yes, it will. Speaking of smiles and glory holes, I'm guessing the NFL players are going to have a grand old time.
Stephon Diggs, not invited. Famously, not invited. Have you seen that clip where they interview all the Bills teammates? Who would you least like your sister to date?
Every single person says Stephon Diggs.
And you know who he's dating now?
Huh.
Cardi B.
Oh, really?
Historically makes great selections in men.
Oh, that kind of makes sense.
Future.
Yeah, if you're
Diggs.
the person that every single one of you, and if you don't know, like just look it up. Look at Stephon Diggs teammates dating. Yeah, and it's another one of his teammates that's going around and asking everyone. I don't think anyone says another answer
It's
other than
100% Stephon.
And when they ask Stephon Diggs, I think Stephon Diggs even says, "Yeah, it's probably me."
He did. Yes,
that's an interesting reputation.
Now, is that just because he's like awful towards them, or like is that and everyone knows it, including himself?
I think he's probably playing the field.
Yeah,
sure.
And so they're like he's unserious.
Yeah. He's got a flavor of the week type thing.
And he's got a lot of girls around.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're honest, every team that I've been on, I don't know if it'd be 100%, but every team I've played on from high school to college to the NFL, I think we'd all have a guy that would win in overwhelming fashion.
I think
like landslide electoral vote sort of thing.
I don't think that's a football thing. I think that's a friend group thing too. Think to your friend group.
Sure,
generally,
but
everyone has a friend that's the degenerate.
A football team is different because there's so many. No one has a friend group of 53 guys.
You're right.
So I think every team has a guy that you would say you would want your sister to be with. And I think that guy is probably I'm going to say like either a lineman or a safety, potentially. I wouldn't say it's usually going to be like an old lineman because there's going to be some like Jason Kelsey type who just kind of seems like an all around good dude. Like we had Lomas Brown that I played with. Who wouldn't want like the O line? There's always one guy that just is like a salt of the earth guy.
The dude the Patriots just drafted, Campbell, out of LSU. Yeah. He's dating LSU's quarterback's sister.
Yeah,
I mean he's dating Nussmeier's sister.
Sabrina Ionescu married Ronas Grassu.
Yeah, like
offensive line.
There's usually no lineman, and the guy that isn't gonna get picked, I'm gonna say it's usually a corner or a receiver.
Well, I raise you linebacker for different reasons.
That's true.
Every once in a while you get a linebacker with some DA in his background.
That is true. Well, and D linemen can be kind of some of the most terrifying individuals.
It's linebacker, corner, receiver for different reasons.
Yes.
DB, receiver play the field. If you get a bad defensive lineman, like defensive end or linebacker, it's the scary kind. And then it's not funny to do the interview.
No,
it's like who's the least, it's like Lawrence Taylor. It's like, oh yeah, that ceases to be funny.
Bill Romanowski.
Right,
like,
yeah. Can we not play this game anymore? Yeah.
That's no one wants to answer the question because you look in the corner and that dude's staring at you.
Every teammate's like, it's Greg Hardy, obviously. And you're like, ooh.
No one wants that. Like,
oh, this is uncomfortable all of a sudden.
But we were looking up the flag football rules, and so it is a lot like 7-on-7. So
yes.
you can run the ball, but you can't run the ball from the 5-yard line to midfield, and you can't run it from the 5-yard in. So it's a 50-yard field. You have 4 plays to get to midfield, and you have 4 plays to get into the end zone.
You get a first down at midfield, and then you get 4 plays to get in the end zone. And the reason they don't allow you to just run the ball within 5 yards of midfield or 5 yards of the goal line is it's very easy to hand the ball off and get 6-7 yards a pop.
But probably
you wouldn't do that every time because you wouldn't get the 50 yards required, but just a linebacker stands or a fast guy stands 7 yards from the line of scrimmage. You're meeting him at 3 yards.
Would you still want to I don't know. I don't do 7-on-7. I've never watched 7-on-7, so I'm probably coming from a place of it. 7-on-7. This is how old I am. It wasn't really a thing.
Right.
7-on-7. I'm too old. Like we would do 7-on-7 in practice, and what we did like that wasn't something that we really did as an organized activity. But I would assume I don't want a linebacker. Like as good as Fred Warner is.
Yeah, no, you're thinking of it wrong.
Why would I want Fred Warner when you can give me Buda Baker as my middle linebacker?
Because I see your Buda Baker and raise you Travis Kelce. Good luck. You need a physical guy. You have to play a tight end because he's a center.
But you're not allowed to touch anybody.
Yeah.
It says in there that there's no blocking, there's no contact.
There's no blocking. That doesn't mean when you throw a jump ball. that I'm not going to be physical with you.
I wouldn't want a big rangy safety though. You want a linebacker. You want one linebacker and then all DBs.
If you have a big rangy safety, yeah, if you can get Earl Thomas to play the middle of the field, you'll take him. That's not what I mean, that guy is rare, right? You're not going to get 3 Earl Thomases, and you do need 2 safeties. So generally you want a really mobile, really good cover backer to take on that big bully guy, because a lot of times people in 7-on think, I want 3 Tyreek Hills, fast, shifty. That's cool until you get to the 8-yard line and you do need to run a fade, or you do need 4 yards and you need to just flip one to Travis Kelce, who runs a quick curl, or George Kittle. And if you put Budda Baker on George Kittle and he's just going to run any 4-yard route where there's no traffic in front of that quarterback, the quarterback's going to easily get him the ball. Part of the problem you don't throw it over the middle is, right, there's traffic. If there's 0 traffic and I have George Kittle and you have Budda Baker, George Kittle's going to catch the ball for 5 or 6 yards somewhere.
So, and I looked this up. So it says there's only 10 players on a team. And so and we're just going off of USA flag football here. I just looked up the website here, so we're going off this. So they're saying there's only 10 players on the team. So quarterback, I'm assuming he's not going to play defense.
Correct.
So you got 9 guys to play, to basically, and there's 5 guys on the field at a time. So
yeah.
So you've got 9 guys to basically play all
the other 9 parts.
The other 9 parts.
Yeah.
So you are probably going to have some guys that you want to play a little bit both ways. You have to at least one guy that's
you would have to, right?
No, because it's 5 and 5 unless a guy gets hurt. Travis.
5 and 5.
It's 5 and 5.
But would you not have
10.
guys that could? For depth reasons. Yeah.
Travis Hunter's making this team. It's already done. Travis Hunter made the U.S. team because if you only have 10 spots and a corner gets hurt, you don't want Tyreek Hill playing corner. Whereas you could have Travis Hunter play corner or receiver. So, Travis Hunter's making it. So I'm going
through here real quick. So if we got to pick, so if running is allowed, and you can run, and so my quarterback can run, but he has to hand the ball off first. The quarterback just can't take off and run in 7-on-7. Right?
I'm sorry. I want to run.
I think unless you're blitzed.
Well, if they can run, this is different. If they can run, I want Lamar Jackson.
Right.
If they can't run, and you're just back there slinging the rock, oh God,
Mahomes.
Yeah, it's got to be Mahomes.
Because you can still do the different arm angles, and there's no traffic, and so he's throwing. Yes, it's Mahomes.
Okay, so you go Mahomes, running back, Gibbs or McCaffrey. If I'm picking one running back,
I think it's McCaffrey. If he's healthy.
You think he's more shifty in a flag football thing than Gibbs?
I think he's a better downfield receiver, and you have 7 seconds to throw the ball.
All right, now
so he has time to get 30 yards downfield. I think McCaffrey is good at the line of scrimmage, and I think he could run a go route and catch the ball.
So receiver, I think you got to have one big. So we're going like Jefferson, Chase. Then you need like a shifty slot guy.
Lad McConkey.
Get a little mayonnaise out there.
Is a white mandatory?
I don't think so.
Okay, well then they're out.
Well, we got Christian McCaffrey. We got a white.
Oh yeah, I thought you said Gibbs though.
I thought
the clock
you wanted
is
McCaffrey.
white.
So we're taking our white there.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
So we're going like Jefferson and Chase are both big guys. So then I think like we get a little smaller guy. I would say Tyreek Hill, but he kind of seems washed.
Yeah, I don't think that's the move.
That's like horseradish.
So who's the best slot guy in the league?
See, I think
or do you just go
I'm doing
Travis Hunter?
I'm doing Travis. Yeah. I thought we decided that. Travis Hunter because he's shifty.
Yeah.
He could play slot, and then you get an extra corner in case somebody gets hurt.
And then if we're going linebacker, Fred Warner it's the only choice.
Cover linebacker, yeah.
Cover linebacker. Then we're taking Surtain?
Yep.
You're going Sauce?
Not after last year.
Yeah, we had a rough year. Who's the other corner we're taking? Do we go White? Do you want Cooper DeJean? Like who's the other? Like if you're taking like the best corner, I mean that's kind of up for debate a little bit.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
And what the other corner that you want? Because I don't know who is definitively the second best corner.
It's too bad we can't have Revis.
Yeah, I think you take Kyle Hamilton just for the range and versatility.
But okay, so here's the thing: you don't care about versatility necessarily in terms of any type of hitting. It's purely cover.
Well, but he's so big and rangy.
No. He's a good player. My point is versatility doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like Kittle. Kittle's a great receiving tight end. He's not the best receiver. What makes him great is he's an unbelievable blocker.
Yeah.
If you're just saying receiver, that changes things quite a bit.
And see, I'm just thinking like with corners, like you can't hit anyone. So I do think Sauce. Just give me someone that's super athletic because it's not.
Yeah, I think that's probably
big
fine.
rangy guy. I think I'm taking Sauce.
That's fine.
And then at safety, I don't know. That Hamilton was the first one that came to mind. Do I have to have an edge rusher?
No.
Yeah, I don't need a rusher.
No.
All right.
You do need a nickel though. Right?
I would assume. Like if I'm gonna have someone that's gonna rush, I think that's where I just bring my nickel in.
Do we want Trent McDuffie on this team in any capacity with the way he's played?
I do want Trent McDuffie on this team.
So is that the move?
That could be the move. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, only 10 guys. There's going to be a lot of people that want to do this. And this is going to be kind of interesting to see where you go with this. So let us know your team. Text in your team. I want to know. You got 10 guys. Who is your dream team? Because this is going to be the dream team, and we are going to beat the other countries by 1,000 points. And it's going to be fun. And the NFL is going to market the living S out of this.
From a coverage standpoint, Minka Fitzpatrick?
I could see that. Like from a safety standpoint.
You just want a cover guy.
Yeah, you just want a cover guy. Not as good as Hamilton, but probably a little, again.
Maybe slightly better as a cover guy.
Athlete.
And then the Jesse Bates, maybe? I mean, the thing is, once you start taking away the physicality of football, it opens up a lot more guys.
I know, right?
Like, is Kyle Pitts a lot better if he's just a receiver and you say, hey, man, you don't have to worry about blocking ever. You don't really have to worry about guys bodying you.
Like Brian Branch, to me, is one of the most versatile players in the league, but he'll come and just light you up.
I thought of him immediately, but he's getting ejected in the first.
Exactly. You don't need him.
The first set of downs.
Let us know. Who's your dream team? When we come back, we'll talk a little NBA as game 1 of the Western Conference Finals kicks off in not too long, just a couple hours here. So you got Primetime here on The Fan.
the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, the NBA playoffs resume tonight. The Western Conference Finals gives us Game 1 between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Timberwolves in OKC. Tip-offs at 5:30 on ESPN. The Thunder are 7-point favorites. Meanwhile, the all-rookie team was announced in the NBA, and Blazers center Donovan Clingan earns second-team honors. It was headlined by Spurs guard Stephon Castle, who won Rookie of the Year. On the ice, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and Hurricanes in Carolina. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners back at it in the Windy City, sending Casey Legumina to the hill for his first start of the season. Adrian Hauser makes the start for the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40. And in the NFL, the league's owners have voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics, which debuts in the 2028 games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Welcome in, 1 hour down, 3 to go. Covered a lot of hot topics. By the way, Sprague is in, and he's claiming innocent in the Thermo Wars. A lot of fake news, a lot of finger pointing in the Thermostat Wars here at the Fan. I think we've settled on blaming Danny Meringue at this point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think there needs to be a scapegoat.
An underdog.
It sounds like everyone's willing at this point to just blame Danny and move on. Sounds like Sprague is not interested smartly in participating in the Thermo Wars against me. I have the high ground. I have the high chair. You don't want to mess with the guy that's got the thermostat when he's the last one in the building.
You know who it's not for sure? Buckley.
No.
Because he doesn't need,
what incentive do I have?
Not even
you know what?
Not
Unless
even
I had an axe to grind. If I had something to play at, maybe. But
if there was an app, maybe.
Good old Liquor Rick, my buddy,
wouldn't
has
even
sent
download
me what we need to get is one of those lock boxes that goes over the thermostat. Have you seen those?
I have seen those.
Yeah,
yes.
you can just get them. I'm going to buy one of those for the studio and just set it at like 66 and then just put the lock over it.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
I don't see what the problem is with it just being 66 or 67 all the time.
Exactly.
What's the issue with that?
Would anyone bother to break through or break the lockbox?
Why would they? And what would you be doing
if they wanted
it for?
to control the
That's
temperature?
destruction of property.
Yeah, we're not.
Your property, not the
here
company's.
just vandalizing things. Come on.
Well, would it
There's
be to,
rules involved. This isn't Nom.
Would it be to turn it up or down?
I would assume down.
Down lower?
Or no. I guess it'd be up. If it's set at 66, no one's going to set that thing lower.
You just turned it to 64.
Well, because it was so hot, I needed to cool down. And I think it's
It
settled.
was just on 67, and you said I'm going to turn this down to 64.
If it's at 66 or 67. That's a universal good temperature because if it's too chilly for you, you put on a little sweatshirt, or in the case of Buckley, you can put on your shawl. You can borrow your wife's leg warmers.
Wait a second.
And you'll be toasty warm.
When did I wear women's shawls?
Look, Buckley, you don't have control of your thermostat. You got a Labradoodle. We know what's going on in your house.
I'm a well-insulated man, and I do not need to concern myself with the temperature.
That did feel a little out of bounds, the shawl thing.
Shawl.
I mean, you hit him with the Subaru.
I don't even
you hit
wear
him
a
with the
jacket,
thermostat, Labradoodle, and now this.
Buckley doesn't really. Yeah, he doesn't really wear jackets. Buckley's not a jacket guy.
I like how
run
you're
hot,
like,
baby.
I like how you're like, what madman would possibly turn it down once it's at 67? And literally the last break, you were like, it's 67 in here. I'm turning it down to 64.
And was it not delightful in here? It was crisp.
You have a
felt
sweatshirt on and a hat.
It felt
and you
good.
didn't tell me, hey, I'm going to turn it down to 64. So I'm in a t-shirt, and I'm a wee bit nipply.
You should have borrowed Buckley's shawl.
I should have.
Go out to the Subaru and get one. Maybe get one of those emergency.
Yeah, I've got those extra shawls in my Subaru.
The problem is when we both go out at the same time. I sometimes walk to his car, he walks to mine.
I do like
when I
pull up and I see you guys rolling up in the matching Subies. And then Rob's got a Subaru too. We're a very Subaru heavy station.
That surprises me zero.
It warms my heart every time I see my three bros rolling up in their Outbacks. And Foresters. It makes me feel good.
If you were gonna say, I mean, you get this lineup and you'd say, yeah, there's some lesbian vibes here.
I'm just saying, I like it. My daughter drives a Subaru. It's great. You guys can all just, join in with my 20-year-old daughter. I'll drive
Kumbaya, baby.
It's great.
It was a family safe vehicle, Sook.
I got to ride in Buckley's Subaru for the first time the other day.
Right.
It was a tasty ride.
There was granola all over the floor.
It was. You when you sit in, because you can always, when you first sit in someone's car, it does give you a snapshot of their life.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed in my car.
And the first time you sit in Buckley's car, you know instantly that is a father.
It's a kid car.
That is a busy father.
I'm that guy too.
And that is the main mode of transportation when your kids go some places in that Subaru. It is abundantly obvious the moment you get in.
You got applesauce stains. You got granola everywhere.
There was some granola. There was some various stains. You're not really sure what they are. It looked like maybe some Cheeto finger imprints.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Possibly.
I'm guessing those are Cheez-Its.
Goldfish.
Oh, I was gonna say. I almost said my car is not. I forget
Buckley
what you
boys
said
are
was in there.
big on goldfish.
But I was gonna say my car is goldfish.
Goldfish and
There's
granola balls.
Yeah, the moment I got in and I saw the whatever that color is, because it's not
that orange.
It's a burnt orange kind of thing.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's just you see, like I saw the dust in all of the seat cracks. I was like, yes.
Do you have Z-bar crumbs everywhere? They don't tend to crumb up too bad, but you have a lot of Z-bars.
Should we?
Z-bars are really good.
If you get in my car, you admittedly know that no child is allowed in my car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no. My car
It's a refreshing place to be.
It's very, very clean.
That's the difference of having kids who are in their 20s versus a kid who's 6 and how old are yours?
Four,
yeah,
one and a half.
Come on.
I've always been that way though, because my wife always had the family car, and I always had my car has always been I'm a clean car guy.
You crap up your car, you said to your wife as you set the thermostat.
Well, it's just like there's clean car guy and there's not.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's true.
how it was for
That's
me
true.
growing up. My dad was a clean car guy, and my mom had the minivan that everybody trashed.
Yeah, the most horrifying situation on planet Earth outside of the ball pit. The ball pit is the single most terrifying place in existence.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
The ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese, the ball pit at any sort of fair, carnival, whatever.
Band-Aids and barf.
Yeah, you go into the ball pit, just accept the fact that you're coming out with some form of MRSA, staph, getting pink eye. But secondary to the ball pit is the third row of any family vehicle. Like, front seat's one thing, the back seat, you're like, ooh, it's a little rough. But God forbid, if there's a third row, minivan or supersized SUV, and you get to the third row, it's Thunderdome. All rules are off. It's like Lord of the Flies. Piggy has the conch. There's like a dead animal's head on a spike back there. Everything is sticky. You don't know why. God forbid what's under the seat, because no one has cleaned under that seat in decades.
Can't reach back there.
Yeah, and the mom doesn't care. The mom's, whatever happens in the third row, it stays in the third row. It's just, that's a whole other ball game back there. You want nothing to do with it. I don't believe the third seat can ever be cleaned. It's just universally evil. It's just like the white wall. It's just, there's just nothing but dead people back there.
Were you at any point in your childhood a third row kid?
Not really. When I spent all my summers in Alaska, my dad had a sweet old 70s Suburban, and we had the way back with the third row that was turned the other way.
Okay.
And that was badass.
That
was the only time, but that was only really on like camping trips.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of fun because you could, that was just, and there was no seatbelts. You could just jump around. That was like I've never been an everyday third seat kid.
That's fair.
I've never had one of those.
We had a minivan, and my dad coached my baseball team all throughout and frequently gave kids rides, to the games, to and from the games, because he's assistant coach. And we one time went to Taco Bell, and for some reason, somebody opened a Taco Bell hot sauce by clapping it.
Ooh.
And it exploded and just all went up on the ceiling, and it was in the third row. Now that you mentioned that, that stain actually stayed there for like the whole time we had the van. So like 5 or 6 years after that.
Yes.
No one ever cleaned it.
Yeah.
It was just hot sauce in the backseat.
One of the more painful moments of my life is when I was in college, and this was my Ryan Buckley moment. I had a K5 Blazer with Navajo blanket seats, and I had a motorcycle.
Nice.
And then I got married between my junior and senior year in college. Guess what happened to the motorcycle? Yeah, that was gone. I can't drive that anymore because I'm going to kill myself. And then the Blazer, it was the K5 Blazer, so it only had 2 doors. Well, that's
not going to work anymore.
That's not going to work.
Starting a family.
So that had to go. But watching my Blazer with if you've ever known that the Navajo blanket seats, they're like the all-time favorite. Like in the old 70s and 80s, you would get. I think we all know what that kind of looks like.
Yeah, I got you.
And to watch my beloved Taylor, who I love, she's been with me since she was like 2.5, but watching her destroy the back seat of that car, it like slowly ripped. It just ripped me apart. And I want to say for about 6 months, I tried to fight it.
You and the car both were kind of on the same trajectory here.
Yes. I was like, I wouldn't let the car seat sit on the seat. You'd have to have a blanket underneath it because it would dig into my seat.
Yeah.
And then that stopped after like 6 months. I was like, why isn't the blanket back there? And my wife would be like, you put it back there then. And then just watching just the chips and the suckers. I'll never forget seeing a green apple blow pop covered in like chicken nuggets that had been like wedged into the seat and it wouldn't come off. So I grabbed it and pulled it and it took a hunk of the seat out.
Like, oh, wow.
And it just a piece of me died. A piece of that seat was removed and a piece of me died.
It was a metaphorical yank of both the car and your heart.
Yeah. And that's when I knew. That was my Ryan Buckley moment when it was like, nope, no more motorcycles, no more two-door SUVs. And that's when you become a father.
Well, my little brother tortured my dad this way in that, like, my brother was just so busy and so messy all the time that he couldn't be left to his own devices ever. And there was a time that my dad, like, left him in the car for a couple minutes while he, like, I don't know, returned a VHS at the video store or something like that. And my brother put saltine crackers in the vents of his AC of his car. And then he also, he shoved quarters into the cassette deck as if it was like a slot machine or something.
Not?
And my dad couldn't figure out why his cassette deck wouldn't accept tapes, and also like why there were crumbs all over his vents every time he started the car or started the AC. And it was my brother.
Yeah. I had a buddy's car that smelled like fish, and they couldn't figure out why. One of his kids found a crab leg at the coast and put it in the 3rd row. On the right home. I didn't find it for a couple of months.
That's awful. That must have stank.
Okay. I promise at some point we will get to the game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. I do think though we should go like during the break. We should take a photo of the inside of Buck's car and the inside of Mike, and you could just post them and just be like, just which one of us has?
It'll be obvious.
Little kids. It's alarming when you see kid car. I've never been inside your Subaru.
My car is gross, and it drives my wife.
I kind of feel like now I'm sensing a three photo.
It's not
taster's choice. Kind of want to see inside the Subarus now.
I'll bring it tomorrow. I'll take a photo and we can post it tomorrow.
But please take a photo. And by the way,
I will.
I don't want you to clean up.
That's fine.
I want you to open the door and take a photo.
I'll take a photo as you saw it.
It's real bad. Mine's real bad.
I'm kind of excited about what Nemec's bringing to the table.
It's not good.
All right, game 1 of the conference finals when we come back. Primetime here on The Fan.
It's back.
On 1080 The Fan.
Jesus wouldn't put up with kid crap in their car. Isaac Robb. Like, that's why I would love to see Robb like in charge of like 3 little kids. Because at some point they overwhelm you. Like, you can't keep a clean car if you've got 3 kids. Doesn't work.
No.
And
not
Robb
possible.
is like,
I stopped fighting after 1.
Yeah. No, it's just they beat you down. They as Rob likes to say, kids are selfish and disruptive. They take all of your best laid plans, and you're like one day you're like a plucky young, think of Ryan Buckley. He's out there in Turkish bathhouses and he's traveling the world. The next thing you know,
goldfish in the front seat.
Goldfish in the front seat and not allowed to touch the thermostat.
Shove that straight up your little kid ass.
NBA Game 1 tonight, which last night did feel weird going home and having nothing on. Like the Mariners, the Mets, there was nothing on to watch. No NBA, no NHL. It was kind of weird. I'm in that zone right now that when I go home, there's always something good to watch. And last night was one of those, I was like in no man's land. I was just fumbling around looking for something. Ended up settling on like a new episode of like The Last of Us. Why are you going there?
Family?
No.
Hi.
Yeah, it's like family. Well, like we eat together, but then everyone goes and does their own thing. I only have one. Like, one left, and she just studies.
And older, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
See, mine's 6.
She's
so
like pre-med, so she just goes upstairs and does nerd practice.
I came home, and my daughter apparently insisted at Grandma's house that she put on Primetime on the CW so she could see Dad.
There you go.
So that was kind of cool.
Well,
she was really excited and then wanted to just spend
tonight
time. So
she can
we
be
just hung out.
excited about Timberwolves and Thunder. And
I think we lost her after one show.
I will say that for a conference finals that I don't have any rooting interest in any team. I have no thoughts one way or another about Indiana, New York, Minnesota, or Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate and I don't like any squad. Like in the NHL, which is the East Finals, I have a deep rooting interest. I'm Edmonton 100%. They're the only team that I like. I hate the Florida Panthers. I hate the Carolina Hurricanes. And I find Dallas to be bleh.
I just feel like in general, you would root for teams up north over teams in the south in almost any scenario.
It bothers me that hockey teams from the south, it's unnatural to me.
You guys can be here, just don't win anything.
Yeah, because they don't appreciate it. Florida won the Stanley Cup last year, and like 9 people showed up to celebrate it doesn't matter. No one cares.
Right.
It belongs to a northern U.S. city, New York, Detroit, something like that, or give me one in Canada. And I like Edmonton. They have the best player in the world. He's never won a Stanley Cup. So having Connor McDavid win one, having McGregor win one.
You think he can skate?
I don't know if he can skate.
I don't think he can do much of anything right now.
But it would be like
But I hear he does play in the snow.
It would be like when LeBron or Michael broke through. Like when Jordan won his first one. It'd be like that.
Yeah.
But in the NBA, I don't have a rooting interest, but I will say that I find these matchups to be intriguing. And why I'm kind of excited about it, I don't know if you have this, but when you're a free agent and you don't have any rooting interest, you kind of just get to sit down and wait for your fill-ins to lean one way or another, and that's kind of fun.
I am mostly sports agnostic.
Yeah.
Like I like the Blazers, but I don't care a ton.
Mm-hmm. I will root for Portland against anybody.
And me too. I want them to win, but I'm not heavily invested. The Niners I'm heavily invested in. Ducks, Beavers, I want the local teams to do well always.
Yes.
But I watch a lot of college football because they're former players I've watched or written about. And sometimes it's just like, all right, Houston and Nebraska, where am I going to go? And you realize usually first quarter somewhere you go, oh, I'm leaning this way.
Right.
And you don't even know you're leaning one way.
Isn't that a great feeling? I think that's one of the most unique things about sports.
Yes.
And while I enjoy being sports agnostic as well, like I have a baseball team I root for and I have a hockey team I root for.
Mm-hmm.
And outside of that, and even in those sports, like if the Mets aren't playing someone, I can be lured into rooting for like in the playoffs when the Mets are eliminated. I can root for another team.
Someone or some fan base or something grabs you that you're like, this is cool, I'm on board.
Yeah, I'm not so over the top. Like the Red Wings are by far my favorite sports team. I named my son after one of their players.
Right.
But like this Edmonton run that they're on right now, I will be on my couch nervous for Edmonton.
Yeah.
So I'm open to having I'm a swinger. I'm a sports swinger.
Yeah.
I love my wife, But hey, I'm open to party.
Right.
I like to explore the studio.
You like a
space.
redhead, but you'll dabble in
dabble
a Canadian.
I'm like, hey, what's up with this Canadian gal? She got something cool. It's like, what is that scene from Anchorman? I don't know. She was like Brazilian or Chinese or I don't know, something weird. It was cool. But that's kind of one of my favorite parts about sports is just sitting there, and that will be tonight. I don't know who I will. I think I'm going to lean Oklahoma City. I have a feeling I'm going to lean that way. But you're right. Somewhere in the middle of the first quarter tonight, and two very different styles, right? Oklahoma City wants to have a rock fight and slow everything down and beat you up, and Oklahoma City wants to turn you over and just run. Somewhere tonight, these styles are going to hit. Styles make fights. And I'm going to, I guarantee at some point I'm going to be like, you cheap bastards. There's going to be one guy that's going to piss me off, and I'm going to end up rooting for the other side. And for the rest of the series, I'm going to full on, like be on that camp.
So I've had two of these where I really fell hard for a team, a player that I didn't necessarily have a rooting interest in prior to them being a storyline.
Yeah.
One was the year the Dallas Mavericks won the title. I loved Dirk. I fell in love with Dirk early in that playoffs. And I was like, I'm all in. Before they were just in the finals, I was like, I'm all in on the Mavs. They played OKC with Durant and that team, that Westbrook Harden team. And I was all in. And so I was so happy when they won. And the very first one I can remember that I really was all in on, I was 11 years old. It was the Heisman campaign for Charles Woodson. And I don't know why.
Yeah, he just got you, right?
He made a play or two in like week 4 or 5. And then I was still Ducks Beavers all the time. But I was like, I'm all in on Michigan. And I love Charles Woodson. I just love Charles Woodson. And he won the Heisman, and I was so happy. And it's funny how sports can do that to you.
And but are you still but you're not still a Michigan guy, right?
Oh, in no way or shape or form.
It was
literally that one, and I never rooted for Michigan again. But I lived and died with Michigan that year because I loved Charles Woodson. The other team that got me big time was the Vince Carter, Antoine Jameson, North Carolina team. Because they were on ESPN, used to put games on at like 4 o'clock, 4:30, and they had to deal with the ACC. Well,
Big Monday, right?
North Carolina was great.
Monday.
So I had a little hoop in the house because I was probably 9, 10 years old. I mean, not little, but little enough to play basketball in the house. And I would put those games on and play basketball in my house. And I watched almost every game and definitely every game that was on TV and just fell in love with that team. And sports can do that to you. And it can grab you for a week. It can grab you for a day. It can grab you for a season. Yeah. But it is kind of magical how you go, where did you become a Jayhawks fan for 3 months? And it's like, I saw this play and thought it was cool. Yeah, sports is amazing.
I'm fired up. I think in the East, I think it's going to be the Knicks. I just, that city, there's something about a good energy. I don't know about you, but whenever I travel, the first thing I do is go on like StubHub and see what's in the area. Is there a game I can watch?
Okay.
NHL, Major League Baseball, it doesn't matter.
You mean to go to?
To go to.
Okay.
So if I find myself in a city, like when we were in Italy, we're like, what? We were in Florence. Oh, Florentine has a team. Well, let's go see soccer. I love seeing, and I usually just go for the home team. If I go down, like when I'm not a Giants guy, I always give butt crap, but I think the Giants have one of, if it's probably my favorite stadium in all of baseball, minus Wrigley Field or Fenway, of the newer stadiums. And so when I go to a Giants game, unless they're playing the Mets, go Giants.
Yeah.
I love sitting there amongst the faithful and getting caught up into it.
Yeah.
I love that. It's a great environment to just be a part of something like that. And for one glorious day, you're high-fiving people, you're hugging people, and it's just you're sharing beers. And it really is the beautiful part about sports. And it's a shame, and I get that diehards make sports, but when you can allow yourself to be a little flexible and just get caught up in moments, I think it's a really neat thing in sports to not be so steadfast where you say, if it's not my team, F you, I'm not rooting for anything else.
I think the most fun I've had doing that, and I don't think it's bandwagonism, I think it's just finding a commonality. I've been to a lot of NCAA tournaments. My dad used to love to go.
Yeah.
And I've seen a 13 beat a 4. I've seen a buzzer beater. I've seen some really cool stuff.
I bet it's really cool to see that.
You are in a game where it's like 4 versus 13 or 5 versus 12, and it's within 4 with 6 minutes to go.
You're going for the dog every time.
The entire stadium turns, and you feel it because something will happen. Especially especially when it's like 8-10 in that range the whole time, where you're like, they've kind of got control. And then there's like a 3 and then a turnover and the other team gets the ball, and you can feel people kind of holding their breath.
Because suddenly
and they make a bucket.
That are there to see other teams and didn't really have an interest in either of these otherwise. They just smell upset. And that's what March means. And there's this little energy that rises up in the building. Like you could feel it through the TV. I've heard people like be there for that and said it's just unbelievable.
It's amazing. I've been to a Final Four. I've been to a national title game in football and basketball for college. I still think for energy, going to a neutral site, just the coolness of how unique sports is. Because national championship, great, and fans are obviously thrilled, and they're running out in the parking lot and they're thrilled. But if you're just looking for that like neutral environment and then it just shifts, you will get that in a first round game if you get an upset, and it is magical in a way that only sports can be.
Yeah, it's sports has a lot of negativity attached to it, and I get why. It can bring out the worst in people, but if you allow it, it can also bring out the best in you. And it may just be, like you said, small little snapshots. You'll never root for Western Kentucky maybe again, but in that moment, you are as invested in Western Kentucky as anyone in that building.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a greatness of sport that is that. And I think a lot of leagues in their own way capture that. To me, the WNBA in no way yet has captured that moment. But the bad, you mentioned the bad in sports.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like they're kind of leaning in to the bad rather than trying to find and embrace these like incredible Caitlin Clark, whoever moments that could potentially change their sport and have it take off?
That's interesting. I know we're up against it. We should revisit that because I see where you're going with that. And it might be one of those things where that league just needs attention. And unfortunately, and we've talked about this the way the NBA is covered, can we all agree that in today's landscape, whether it's sports, politics, or whatever, it's if it bleeds, it leads. And if all you're trying to do is get attention, there's something to leaning into the
drama,
the race baiting that's I think is going on, kind of the hatred angle of it, because it's what people pay attention to. And I don't know if they are established enough to stand on their own 2 legs yet, and so maybe that is a bit of a crutch they're leaning into. And we talked about this before. I think it's a dangerous road to go down. I think as many people as you can get that are going to pay attention to because of that. I don't know how many of those people have staying power because you're just watching the train wreck versus how many people are you turning off where you're like, dude, I don't want to deal with this crap.
Yeah.
Like that sport has a lot to offer, and it sure feels like right now they are trying to serve up the worst of it. And the NBA does some of this too. I think the NBA coverages a lot of this, but the NBA is already an established league, and I don't think necessarily has to worry about that as much. And so it's something to me interesting. Maybe we'll get to it, but I mean, like right now, the biggest thing that's happened in the WNBA is 2 ESPN personalities don't cover the WNBA that are now in some sort of race war with each other over the WNBA. That's the number one story right now in the WNBA world is 2 football guys hating each other right now over something that happened in a WNBA game.
And that's kind of what I mean, is it feels like that's the tone.
Yeah.
And sports, it is hard to capture. You can't, it has to be organic. Like there are organic moments that just hook you. Like for some reason, the Charles Woodson Eisen campaign for me. Yeah. And I think the WNBA has a golden opportunity right now to hook people. And instead, I think everyone's plugging their noses.
Interested to see. They're at a crossroads, but there's traction, and I hope that sport continues to grow because those gals are incredible athletes, and they deserve the opportunity to have the limelight because they've been pushed in the corner for a long, long time. But again, you have to have people that are actually wanting to watch for the right reasons for that sport to truly grow and flourish. We come back in the news right here, 1080 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the hardwood tonight. The NBA playoffs resume with the Western Conference Finals in Oklahoma City as the Thunder host the T-Wolves for Game 1. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN. The Thunder are 7-point favorites. All rookie teams announced in the NBA, and Blazers center Donovan Clingan earned second-team honors. Spurs guard Stephon Castle wins Rookie of the Year. On the ice, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and Hurricanes in Carolina tonight. Puck drops on TNT in about 20 minutes at the top of the hour. On the diamond, the Mariners back at it in the Windy City, sending Casey Legumina to the hill for his first start of the season. Adrian Hauser makes the start for the White Sox. First pitch in just a matter of moments. And in the NFL, the league's owners have voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics, which debuts in the 2028 Games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Suk here for the Advocates. And getting hurt sucks. If you've ever been hurt in any shape or form, maybe not like of the heart kind, because, I don't think you can sue anyone over a broken heart. But if someone actually punches you in the heart. Hold on. Now I got to have my headphones on. I wasn't expecting Buckley.
Oh, you didn't think I was going to chime in there? My bad.
What did you say?
Said you could try to sue for a broken heart.
Well, I have seen people try to sue people over like emotional distress.
There you go.
Yeah.
Does Donican deal in emotional distress?
I don't know, because I told you my goal was to like have a frivolous lawsuit, and they keep telling me no, that I actually have to have like a real case. And that's the beauty part of the Advocates is they will actually be honest with you, unlike other attorneys. If they can help you, they're like, absolutely. If you don't have a case or they can't help you, they'll tell you you don't need an attorney or you don't have a case. But it is kind of scary because I have had several opportunities in my life where something bad has happened to me, and it sucks. In college once, I had a rental car that basically had a tire blow out on me, and really scary for my family. Got rolled up really bad, and I didn't know any better at the time, but I basically just dealt with the rental car company and their insurance and their attorneys, and I got pressured into signing away any sort of rights and got a couple bucks. And I thought it was great that they covered the cost of my rental car. And then like my, the first round of medical bills that I had to pull the glass out of my face, I was like, oh, this is great. And that's kind of the point, because when you're in something bad, you really don't know what you're doing. And I suppose if you've had a broken heart, you probably don't know what you're doing either. So if you've ever thought to yourself, hey, do I need an attorney? Do yourself a favor. Call the Advocates. They're good people. I put my name behind them. They really are really good at what they do, and they're good people, and they care. It's free to talk to them. It's free to hire them. You will never write them a check. They don't get paid until you get paid. So you need more than an attorney. You need an advocate. Go to advocateslaw.com.
Hi, I'm the daughter of Henderson and daughter.
Running a little behind, but not too bad for us. I would say this is quasi-normal, but we still squeeze a couple in here. 4:43 on a Tuesday, and that means it is time for In the News. It's May 20th in the year of our Lord, 2025. It is National Quiche Day. Big quiche guy?
No, do not like a quiche.
No? I don't mind a quiche. Like if I'm at a brunch and there's a quiche, I'm not anti-quiche, but I don't feel like I ever asked for a quiche.
I've never sought out a quiche.
No.
Quiche is fine, but why does it feel like if you're basically doing an egg pie, the only options are spinach or ham and cheese. Like, shouldn't we have a whole other world of quiches opened up to us?
Quiche should be like omelets.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Sure.
My gal.
In the sense that they're variety.
Yeah.
My gal makes, the BTJ makes, it's, I don't know if it's a quiche or if it's more of a casserole. I feel like it's a quiche. It's quiche adjacent. And it's made with like sausage and there's like hash browns mixed in there.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And it is in a pie. It is in a pie crust, and I think I think that's the definition of the quiche, right?
I think.
So I don't know. It's like, I don't know if it's a pot pie. I don't know if it's a quiche. I don't know if it's a casserole.
We think.
But it's pretty good, and I think she calls it a quiche. But it's got some peppers. It's got some onion. It's got a little sausage gravy mixed in there with some hash browns.
Ooh,
and
that sounds pretty good.
It's quite good. And if that's a quiche, then I'm on board. But you're right. The traditional spinach and it's just a lot of egg. I don't need that much egg in my
And if
life.
I'm having egg, do I want pie crust and egg?
Well,
Yeah,
pie
do I
crust-
want a slice of egg pie,
Yeah,
or do I
I-
just want to like have my
I
egg?
could just have an egg. I don't. Why do I need it in pie form?
It's also National Streaming Day, so I think everyone.
Thank you for listening.
There you go.
And watching.
Well, streaming TV. I think most people now are kind of on board. I mean, more people are cutting the cord. I thought I'd be the last guy to ever cut the cord, but I cut the cord like 2 years ago. Don't miss it.
I YouTube TV'd a long time ago, and it was like $40.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the greatest thing in the world, and now it's kind of the price of everything else.
I joined not long after you. I think $49.99 when I started on
Yeah,
YouTube TV,
yeah.
and now it's just like every 6 months it's up another $15.
And when you have a kid, and you can attest to this, when you have a kid because they want to watch so many different shows, you have to have Disney Plus and Netflix and Hulu and Paramount Plus, and it all adds up to being
It's almost
the
like
same
we
as
should just
everything
have one provider that carries all of this.
else. Right.
I will said it a million times. I will continue to say it. Look into streaming boxes. They're readily available on the internet, and they're great.
Okay.
One-time cost and no fees, and it might just get every channel known to man, and every sporting event and everything else all in one convenient package with no subscriptions. Not sure the legality of it. Not saying I have one. I'm just saying.
How much are they?
They're readily available on the interwebs.
How much are they?
For someone who would know.
Not that I would know,
Right.
but I've heard a rumor about $250 to $270.
Okay.
And that's the only thing you'll ever pay.
Sunday ticket?
Everything under one.
Oh.
So
Okay.
every pay-per-view, every sport game, every.
Hypothetically,
literally every channel that is streamed, every event that is streamed is yours subscription free for the low cost of one streaming box.
Heavens to Betsy.
Not that I would know, because again, I don't know what the legality of it is. It's also National Pick Strawberries Day, which why would you ever do that? I don't understand fruit picking. I'll just go to the store and buy fruit. It's not that expensive. And I feel like actually going to pick fruit is more expensive than me just going to buy fruit at the store. And this one is near and dear to my heart, even though I'm terrible. It's National Rescue Dog Day. Go rescue a dog. And it's so hypocritical because I don't rescue dogs. I buy my dogs and I'm terrible. I should rescue dogs and I don't. Because every time I see a rescue dog, I just, my heart melts, but I don't do it.
Gobi Boy's a rescue. He's a sweetheart.
They're way better. It is honestly one of those things that I don't know.
They appreciate it more.
They do.
They don't come from money.
No. Believe me, it bothers me in my heart of hearts that I don't rescue dogs.
Yeah.
I've fostered and then ended up keeping senior dogs.
Okay.
When I lived on property, I used to do that.
Yeah.
I would find dogs that were like 9, 10, 11 years old that people abandoned, and I would take them in and I would keep them until they passed away.
That's nice of you. That's noble.
Every dog I've really had, though, that I've raised has been a dog that
When
I've
we
purchased.
went, there were, again, half German Shepherd, half Black Lab.
Yeah.
We went in, and it was like a movie. There were 9 of them. They all sat down right against the fence, and tails swishing back and forth. And in that moment, so that was what, 4 seconds in, my wife's like, well, crap, we're getting a dog.
I don't
Today's
know.
the day.
There's something about, I think I like knowing what I'm getting. I like knowing what the size is going to be. I like getting to meet the parents.
See, that was a problem for us.
And the temperament. And
they promised us Gobi would be no bigger than 60 pounds.
Yeah.
He is a 97
right?
pound.
And I like knowing. So my adult life, I had a Rottweiler that I raised. I had a boxer that I raised. We had two bulldogs that I've raised and an Akita. And unfortunately, they have all been. I've bought them all.
I mean, you realize you can control that. Like, you could just stop doing that.
And yet I can't.
Right.
I mean it. Like,
Yeah.
It's a problem.
It's fair.
And every time I say, all right, this is the last one, I'm going to go rescue a dog, and I don't.
Well, we rescued Gobi. We adopted Gobi, and we love him to death. He's
Oh.
amazing. And when we adopted him, they all had different news anchor names.
Yeah.
His name was Anderson Cooper. And he's not Silver Fox. I mean, he's a black-haired dog. But anyway, his name was Anderson Cooper. He quickly caught on to Gobi.
Well, again.
Not for you.
It is.
Everybody go do
rescue.
it, just not Sue.
Do as I say, not as I do.
That's fair. That's fair.
You should rescue your dog. It's better that way. I just am a hypocrite, and it bothers me that I am, but at least I'm honest about my hypocrisy. All right, we come back. We've got big election news that could happen tonight. $2 billion on the line for public schools. We have goat murder and a horrible news out of a Portland middle school. And then an interesting attendance policy thing coming out. So we got a lot of Portland school news. And then, of course, the horrific goat thing. So all of that in the news when we come back. Primetime here on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports. A view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation. Online at windownation.com.
Sometimes you gotta, go with the flow. What's crazy is, man, Chip Kelly, he comes to me first day of rookie minicamp. He like, you play basketball? Like, you ever play basketball? I'm like, yeah, I played basketball. Like, I could dunk, all that. He's like, okay. He was like, show me how you would guard me. Like, and he acting like he holding the ball. He like, show me how you would guard me. He holding the ball. Like, act like you holding the ball. Okay, got it. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm here. Like, I'm, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, that's exactly why you got to be down in your running back stance.
Yeah, a little weird there in that, the guy was the best running back in college for 2 years, and you're changing the way that he stands? No. It seems to be working pretty well. It's not broken, but hey.
He thinks he can earn it back, apparently.
I guess. This Window in Sports brought to you by Window Nation this month. Buy 4 windows and get 4 windows free and a free door when you buy a house full of windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for a free in-home estimate.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people, it's like
All right, we're smack dab in the middle of In the News. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals getting ready to go on. Just looking at Chet Holmgren, he is the weirdest looking NBA player since like Nick Van Exel, a.k.a. Sam Cassell.
He was the #1 prospect in the country coming out of high school.
He's obviously really good.
No, he is good. I couldn't get behind that because it was like, he has to be 2 or 3. He can be top 5 even. He's good. He's really good. You can't be that build and be generational. I don't think you can.
He looks like, have you ever seen the movie The Burbs? He looks like one of the Klopeks. Have you ever seen the movies The Burbs with Tom Hanks? He looks like Dr. Klopek's weird nephew that just got stretched. And maybe he's a super nice guy. I look at him and I'm like, really?
I feel like he looks like one of the Geico caveman had a cool hip brother.
Yeah, it's
coming out of high school, he was 7 foot and weighed 190 pounds.
He's like 195 pounds now.
I think he's listed at 205.
It's fascinating guys like that you can't put on weight, but I digress. We'll get.
By the way, he came out in the same class as Paolo Banchero at number 2 and Shaden Sharp of your Portland Trailblazers at number 3. I knew there was a local tie there. I couldn't remember who it was.
Before we get to school news, Ogun man gets 3 years in prison for burglary and killing a pet goat in the Dalles. I don't know if you've seen this story, but apparently Matthew Allen Looker, he's 50 years old. He was sentenced to 38 months in prison for first-degree burglary and aggravated animal abuse charges. The judge said that he found no remorse. Now, get this. According to a probable cause document, he told the arresting officer that he went to the property located off of Salt Creek Road. This was in October of last year. Of all the reasons you could go up to a property on Salt Creek Road, he said he, quote, could smell meth from the highway. Anyone know what meth smells like?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what?
I know what a meth lab smells
You know what?
like.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of smells like cat pee.
Oh, I can't say I knew. Well, he claims that from the highway he could smell meth and believed that they were making meth at the residence. And so he decided, nay. Instead of calling the police, he decided to just rock on up to the door. So he shows up at the door and he Van Dams in the front door and he goes rolling in. He broke into, by the way, the residence was a trailer. So he kicks open the door to a trailer, forces his way in because he smelled meth. I personally think he was just looking to score meth. He claims that he wanted to stop him. And
he thought he's playing the I was actually trying to stop a meth ring play.
Yeah, he said that they were
I
up
thought
to
he was
no
going
good.
to buy meth, and he was just an idiot admitting
No,
that.
he said he could smell meth on the highway, and he believed that
good
they were
Lord.
making meth, and he thought that they were doing wrong. So
Yeah.
he showed up,
I'm sure,
and broke into the trailer, and he eventually came across a goat. Apparently, in the trailer, they had a trailer goat that was just hanging out.
Meth goat?
Meth goat. Well, it doesn't say in here, according to this, they weren't making meth.
No, I know. That's his assumption, I'm saying. He
Yes.
thought he found a meth goat.
And this is the interesting part. And this is, again, a direct quote that my man here, who's doing 3 years in prison, told the arresting officer, quote, he told me that he knew the goat was wicked and needed to be put down. The arresting officer said the probable cause document, he told me he went to the goat and slit its throat with his knife.
Whoa.
And then choked it out.
I think once you've slit its throat, the choking is sort of irrelevant. But
And
okay.
then after that, apparently, his job was done. He got back in the pickup and drove away, but one of the residents followed him in his vehicle. So apparently there was someone there not in the trailer, sees the man leaving the trailer and is like, hey, the dude just murdered my goat, follows him in his vehicle. The authorities eventually found him.
Okay, wait. Stop for a second. I've got a question. So he kicks in this trailer. He's looking to stop meth.
According to him.
No, I know. Just bear with me here. Finds a wicked goat, slits its throat, chokes it out, and goes, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
And then just gets back in his car and leaves?
Drives away.
Okay.
Drives away.
Just making sure I've got his version of events right.
Well, and if you look him up, look, of the guy that you think did this, I'm not going to say that he necessarily looks that way. I don't think you'd look twice at him. You know, he's actually, dare I say, he kind of looks like RFK Jr. a little bit. He's kind of got a little silver fox thing going for himself. He's not a bad-looking guy. He's not all methed out or whatever.
I'm having a hard time finding
drugs.
Yeah, Matthew Allen Looker, Luker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
A little
Yeah, but sometimes those guys, they look normal for like a standstill.
Yeah.
But you get them, especially when mech's involved, they start scratching and twitching. And then you're like, dead giveaway, if it were a GIF.
Yeah.
But it's a still shot, and so you don't see all the other stuff going on.
Well, just warning. If you're driving through the Dalles and you smell meth, don't.
Yeah, it's just a goat.
It's just a goat. And if you see the goat, don't murder the goat, because then you get 3. By the way, 3 years in prison seems like a lot, but
I don't think so at all. Do you know how dangerous it is for someone like? Yes, right. He killed a goat, but think of this man in society, a dude who thinks he smells meth, breaks into a property, kicks a door in, murders an animal, and drives away thinking he accomplished something. That kind of person probably needs to take a time out for a few days.
3 years.
Even longer.
Yeah. And then tonight, we're getting some big news. So they said around 8 o'clock tonight we'll know some results that are start trickling in here. But we got some elections going on in the Portland area, and the Portland Public Schools are on the ballot, and there is a $1.8 billion bond that is on the table tonight, and this comes after the Portland Public School Board met on Monday. They approved the new superintendent's $2 billion proposed budget, but there is a massive shortfall, of course, because there always is.
Right.
And they're saying that the district is facing a $40 million budget shortfall that has led to several resources to go on the chopping block. The teachers union is hoping that the $1.8 billion bond would help reduce some of the proposed cuts. And so some of that would go towards modernizing Cleveland and Jefferson. And Ida B. Wells, the high schools. And despite the potential help from the bond, the Portland Association of Teachers, their president, still says that the state needs to step up and basically invest in our schools, invest in our kids, and this would be a big step. So I'm always in favor of funding the schools. So
as am I.
Fingers crossed tonight that the $1.8 billion goes through and we put some money into our schools.
It is bold of a superintendent. I'm all for schools. It is bold of a superintendent to say, how much do we have? And they say $200 million. Because they're asking for 1.8, they need 2.
Yeah, billion, by the way, not million.
1.8 billion, right?
1.8
and you
billion.
right, and you have 200 million, and you go, you know what we could use? An extra 1.8 billion dollars.
Yeah. Well, and that's over several years.
No, I get it. I'm just saying when you're only like 10% of the way there, asking for like when you ask for a raise or whatever, you don't ask for a 90% increase on what you got or a 9 times what you've got.
Well, I will say, money isn't always the answer because a lot of times we piss away money and government is just so inefficient. But I tend to blindly, and maybe that's naive of me, but I tend to blindly say if I'm going to vote for one thing to fund, we should fund schools.
And that's me too, honestly. I just think it's funny to ask when you have 200 million to say, okay, we need 1.8 billion.
Hey, we got a shortfall of a couple $100 million. I want 1.8 billion. But when you have a $2 billion budget, this would go a long way. So again, whenever it's on the ballot in my area and it comes across, do you want to vote for schools? Yes.
We always support schools. My parents were both teachers.
Yes.
So
go teachers, go schools. That'll do it for In the News. When we come back, headlines, primetime here on The Fan.
Swag here, and the spring weather has me needing to get my
Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the NBA playoffs resume tonight with the Western Conference Finals Game 1 in Oklahoma City as the Thunder host the T-Wolves. Tip-off at 5:30 on ESPN. The Thunder are 7-point favorites on their home floor. Meanwhile, all rookie teams in the NBA announced. Blazers center Donovan Clingan earns second-team honors, while Spurs guard Stephon Castle wins Rookie of the Year. On the ice, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and Hurricanes, about to drop the puck in Carolina. That one is over on TNT. On the Diamond, the Mariners supposed to be back at it in the Windy City tonight, but they're currently in a weather delay before that one gets going. They were supposed to have a 4:40 first pitch. We'll keep you posted on the status there. And in the NFL, the league owners voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics, which debuts in the 2028 games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Good afternoon. At the Tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Welcome in just after 5 o'clock on a Tuesday. Not really sure what the weather wants to do. We're kind of in that weird, does it want to rain? Does it want to be sunny? We're getting kind of that Scotland weather where give it 20 minutes, it'll change. It was nice this morning, and then the rain came in, and now it's back to being nice, and the rain's supposed to creep in.
I don't want to hear it. We're 2 weeks away from the best weather in the world.
Hey, I stand by my statement.
If you go down to San Diego.
June, July, August, best weather right here. Best place to be in the summer, right here in the Pacific
Northwest. Do you ever get recognized out in public?
What?
Would you ever get recognized out in public where people say stuff?
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't...
I tend to stick out quite a bit.
Okay, I mostly write, so that doesn't happen to me. I went to the gym today, and somebody said San Diego sucks.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Well, who was that? I don't remember
and
who
I was
it was.
like, oh my gosh.
It might
yeah,
have been Sprague or it might have been Danny. One of them was talking today because I was listening to my favorite radio station. And they were pointing out too, when you're in San Diego, you're just in San Diego. That's it. But when you're in Portland, within 2 hours, I am in the desert. I am in a 12,000-foot mountain. I am at the coast. I can be at any number of rivers. When you're in San Diego, you're just in a city that has decent weather and there's some water.
And
when you're
that's not what you said. That's not what we're talking about.
When you're
we didn't
in
talk
Portland,
about versatility.
It is the single best place to be in our country during the summer months. Not only do we have dynamite weather, but you have access to anything you could possibly want to do within a day trip.
I want to guarantee no rain for 3 days. Oh.
June, July, August. How often does it rain?
Quite a bit.
June, July, and August, it rains a bunch?
Yeah.
See, now you're just being a moron.
But not every day.
Now you're being ridiculous.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
It rains.
Buckley, would you look up the average rainfall?
I'm looking up rainfall in Portland during the summer.
June, July, and August.
Buckley,
that's ridiculous.
Would you say you've lived in Portland a while? Would you say in June, July, August you could just map out that hey, guarantee we're good. We can plan an outdoor birthday party 5 days from now. It's definitely not going to rain.
No, through the first week of July, you need to wait to be sure, I think.
Please. If you are planning something to do outside in the summer, you are safe as a kitten here in our wonderful Pacific Northwest.
Usually.
It's green, it's lush, again, wherever you want to go.
Almost as safe as being in San Diego.
It's mostly really, really nice. It is really nice.
I'm in a concrete jungle, and there's some water right there. Other than that...
Some water, i.e. the beach in the southernmost part of California.
Oh, no, there's a city. What else is there besides I'm in the city of San Diego?
There's a city.
That's it. That's all I got. It's the city. Cool. Hey, there's a the gas lamp district. Oh, it's San Diego. Yeah, by the way, they have one team now, too. Welcome to the club. You have baseball, we have the NBA.
And again...
No one wants to be in San Diego. Everyone's leaving.
We only talked about weather. This was not about the city. And I feel like we're right because now you're dumping on the city.
You're done. This is ridiculous.
You're done.
San Diego sucks.
You're not welcome tomorrow. Thank you for guest hosting for 2 days.
We got game 1 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL. So that's nice. We got sports back. I do think both of these are pretty good matchups. The other thing that I did want to talk about, because you're obviously big into recruiting in NCAA football. Did you see the new thing that the Power 4 conferences are trying to shove down the throats of college programs? It's
which thing?
Well, basically, if you haven't been following this is how stupid right now college sports is. Like there is a settlement coming in the world of college football, the House settlement that supposedly is going to pave the way for basically NIL to be roped into existing programs. It will be tied into the schools now. It's not going to be, quote, from boosters. Revenue sharing is going to come in an all new enforcement arm, right? And it's going to settle all the lawsuits that are happening right now in the world of college football.
Sort of. Up to a certain amount of money, the big schools will still make a ton of money. It'll
Yes.
help the little schools a little bit.
And revenue sharing is
Electoral college.
Yes.
That's what it's going to do.
And right now the schools are going to be able to share about $20.5 million per year of revenue sharing with their athletes. That'll come directly from the schools. And then you have NIL on top of it. There's basically a settlement that is working its way through the courts that has been roughly approved, that keeps kind of getting hammered out. And it feels like every week or so there's a new element to this. But people are so tired of this that it largely goes unnoticed. People are like, hey, wake me when the new rules of college sports come around.
Yeah.
And it's very hard for athletic programs to plan for this because it's seemingly, again, every week something new changes.
Right.
Well, what's happening right now is that the Power 4 conferences are circulating a memo right now amongst all the schools that is kind of outlining this is how the new NCAA is going to work, right? One of these things is the NCAA is not going to be involved in enforcement. That will be handled by the conferences themselves, right? And it's kind of outlining the structure of where this is going.
So wait, time out. Who sells the media rights?
That would be the conferences.
Oh, okay. And so who's going to police the conferences from bidding and overbidding on players?
That would be the conferences.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, that'll go swimmingly.
Yeah.
Great.
Here's the one that is really interesting. And by the way, we're actively trying to get someone on about this. And I think this is a massive thing. But again, college sports has become so silly and so dumb that I think people have become numb to this and they're not paying attention to it. But there is a memo going around to all of the Power 4 schools right now that is basically telling the schools that you are going to be required to sign this. So this is from the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big 12, and the ACC. They're circulating a draft of a groundbreaking and first of its kind document intended to prevent universities from using their state laws to violate new enforcement rules. So they are basically saying now, these are the rules that we are going to lay out for you. And there are states, like at least 12 of them right now, that have laws on the books that say these new enforcement rules, from the way you handle NIL, the way you cap earnings,
Are illegal.
Yeah. Right?
So the NCAA is saying our rules supersede state law.
And not only are not only are they saying that, but they're saying that if you don't sign this document, you're getting kicked out of the conference.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they're saying this new document, viewed by dozens of leading school administrators, would bind institutions to the enforcement policies, even if their state law is contradictory, and would it exempt them from lawsuits. This is the other thing. Not only are they saying you sign this or we kick you out, so you're saying you don't follow your state law, you follow our arbitrary conference rule.
Sure,
if you don't, we kick you out. Oh, and by the way, you give up your right to sue. If it's somewhere down the road you don't agree with this policy, you can't sue us.
Who wants them to sign it?
That would be the Power 4 conferences.
Oh, okay, cute. Yeah, here's the problem.
They're describing it as a affiliation and membership agreement.
I've talked to multiple agents who represent athletes. I've talked to people who do this regularly, obviously, as part of my job. The players need to unionize and be recognized as employees. And so there will be then a salary cap, and the players will have representation on a board, like in Major League Baseball, like in the NFL, like in the NBA, and then you can kind of put a cap on earnings, because a players' union would then set a standard for how this would work. And you'd still, even then, have your occasional Cooper Flag Arch Manning who says, I'm not signing that paperwork. I'm not putting a cap. I'm not joining the players union. I don't care to join the players union because I think I can make a lot more than what you're saying. But for 99.9% of players, that's the way this needs to go. And everyone said the NCAA is working on every way around recognizing athletes as employees that they possibly can. So you're getting new wave of litigation. And over, what I hear people saying is they're so tired of these spoiled athletes. Most of the litigation problem is just the NCAA flat refusing to work with the athletes and say, okay, we'll recognize your union. You guys have a 50-50 stake in how we divvy, not in the money, but how we litigate this thing. And we're going to sit down with your governing body and we will actually map out a plan that players have to sign to be a part of the NCAA. And from there, we can move forward. When you sign an NIL deal, you have to disclose it. That helps you put a salary cap on things. That's part of your union. The other part of that is we protect you with medical issues. All of those things need to get litigated and sorted out. And until they do that, all of this is nonsense. It's Major League Baseball's coming to Portland. Ignore it. Well, it means nothing. It's all going to be thrown out. It's all laughable. And you'll see, I've done this with multiple bills. You've seen, not that I'm the end all be all, but you'll see Stuart Mandel. You'll see Bruce Feldman. Every time one of these comes out, they write like, LOL, thrown out in 2 months. Right. It happens every time.
This is how I would think at this point, right? And this is the, oh, and by the way, you want to talk about all that stuff we just talked about that they're trying to get the conferences to agree to. If you think that's dumb, they also want to be their own enforcement arm for NIL. And they're going to be the ones.
It's illegal.
They're going to be the ones to decide whether or not an NIL deal is legitimate or not. And according to, at the ACC spring meetings, they rolled out and basically said that 70% of all the NIL deals that came from booster collectives would be denied under this new term. They would be viewed as pay for play. And they're saying that 90% of past deals from public companies with the way NIL is supposed to be, like a car dealership saying, pay to do an advertisement. Yeah. They're saying that 90% of those deals would be approved. So they're basically saying under this new rule that they want the schools to abide by, the conferences, or you get kicked out, they're basically saying that all the big NIL deals go away, because they also shared that of the deals that would be approved, over 90% of them were $10,000 or less. So they're basically telling these players now that are making millions of dollars, you can't make that money anymore. You have to have, quote, real NIL deals, and you're going to go from making millions to making, let's say, 50 to 100 grand.
Wait, so the NCAA and these conferences and college institutions are again telling student athletes they're not worth very much?
Yes.
I'm shocked that that's their stance. I'm floored.
This is why I'm just blown away. You have had, as the NCAA, and now this isn't the NCAA, these are now the Power Four conferences, right? So the NCAA had their ass handed to them in court every day for like the last 3 years.
Every single time.
Which has led to this, right? And this is what everyone gets mad about. We get mad at the athletes, right? Greedy athletes, I'm tired of this. I hate the way college is going. But in reality, like you said, this was the NCAA losing in court over and over again. And now you've gone from the NCAA losing in court to now the Power Four conferences saying, okay, well, no more NCAA. We're going to do our own thing. And by the way, we're going to put in the same antitrust violations that the NCAA keeps getting their ass handed to them. Can you imagine the first time they try to kick out the University of Tennessee because Tennessee says, well, we're not abiding by your stupid rule? Oh, and by the way, you just lost $80 million of your SEC contract. If you think that this is in any way going to stop the lawsuits, and this is the part that scares me, because I thought eventually college football and college sports in general would settle into kind of a new landscape like you were talking about.
It will happen. I remember 5, 6, 7 years ago, I said there's going to be a handful of conferences and it's going to boil down to that.
But this is the part that
was
scares
years
me.
ago.
You would think that after all of this over the last couple years, that we would be a lot closer to coming up with kind of a new landscape. And yet what the Power Four are trying to do right now seems to be the exact opposite of learning from past mistakes. It feels like they're trying to form a new arbitrary NCAA on their own.
Correct.
It's baffling to me that the schools can be this dumb to think they're going to get away with this.
They're not dumb. They're kicking the can down the road because when the players unionize and they actually have to sit at the table with them, and part of that is you disclose your NIL and all that, they're going to lose money. And so they're going to continue to try every way around sitting at the table with athletes and unionizing. That's how much money they're making.
Yeah.
They'd rather lose in court and kick this can down the road over and
Then
over
simply
and
say-
pretend spoiled athlete, spoiled athlete, spoiled athlete, which represents like 0.01%.
Exactly. I just want everyone to realize that eventually when we get to the college football season and the next college basketball season and all this stuff is still a mess and the transfer portal and NIL and
It's
all
on
this.
the NCAA and the conferences.
Thank you.
Yes.
Instead of pointing the fingers at the athletes, please start pointing the finger where it belongs, which is in the institutions, the NCAA, and now the power conferences that have not learned, according to this. And by the way, everyone is reporting this. Everyone, that this is real, that is being distributed to every Power 4 conference school right now. If this is what they're really doing, they have not learned a damn thing. And they need to learn the idea of antitrust, because when you cap what your competitors can do in an industry, that's called antitrust, and it is illegal. And the courts are going to continue to say no, no, no. And we're going to have to do this for the next seemingly 5 years before we eventually settle on a new landscape of college sports. And it doesn't have to be this way. There has to be a middle ground.
Yeah.
And yet we're just too dumb or ignorant or stubborn to do that.
There's a lot that, I talked about this on my show. I think, was it last week, where I said I'm starting to be tired of covering recruiting because the narrative is so opposite what's really happening, and everybody wants to blame spoiled athlete, and all these kids are in the portal to get money. Most of those kids are forced out. An overwhelming majority of them are forced out by their school, saying we can bring in fresh recruits who might hit versus you get out. And everybody thinks, all these athletes, thousands of athletes in the portal a day. That's coaches realizing the narrative is turned from these guys are student athletes to this is a business, and that fans are going to get annoyed with athletes. You're just in here for a money grab. Most of the kids in the portal are having a hard time finding a home because the school kicked them out because they felt they could upgrade at fifth corner. And it's terrible. And it's in every meaningful way in college sports. It's going the wrong way, and public sentiment is on the wrong side of this one.
Yeah. All right, we come back. Is there actually something that is leading in college sports that's actually leading to the product, though, being better? Because I saw a little piece of news, at least in the world of college basketball, and we'll see what you think about it. Because while this may be a mess, is the product on the field and on the court better than it's ever been? Primetime when we come back.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
I never
talking kind of the future of college sports here as we get ready here for Game 1 of the NBA Western Conference Finals and Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in hockey. But I do think the college landscape deserves a discussion because we're in a bit of a lull right now. I mean, we got college baseball, college softball going on right now, but let's be honest, all this college stuff focuses around football and basketball.
Yep.
Like everything else is going to just the tail will not wag the dog here, right? All that other stuff is just going to be on the back end, and they're going to be forced to deal with whatever the repercussions are from football and basketball. It's the only two money generating sports. But as we get closer to the ones that matter, i.e. football here, come July 1st, this is supposedly when you're going to get the revenue sharing. Like this year coming up was supposed to be where schools had to start budgeting for splitting $20.5 million worth of student athletes, deciding how they want to divvy that up. This is supposed to be where NIL is supposed to be now roped into athletic programs and not separate entities from boosters. And yet here we are. I mean, we're at the end of May, and we are no closer to having any idea of how this is going to look. And while fans right now say, "Hey, wake me when," Rob always says this. He's like, "I don't care. Just tell me what this is going to look like when it actually finishes." And I guess to me, the scary part is how many years do we have to go through this with basically no set of rules before we actually settle on something? If we get to August and we're in camp and the House settlement hasn't been agreed upon, the power conferences can't get anyone to agree on how this is done, what happens when you have all of these different conferences and maybe each school inside these conferences operating on their own timeline and under their own rules and their own budgets? What does that even look like?
It goes back to pre-NIL where everybody got paid under the table anyway. I mean, I'm not trying to step on what you're saying. I just think they keep trying to go around it with things that are obviously going to fail.
Yes.
They're obviously going to fail. So again, imagine the players union in the NBA saying, "Okay, we don't agree to salary cap. And in fact, we're tearing up all the contracts and we're all free to go wherever we want every year."
Yeah.
It would be chaotic. You have to say, you guys have to give up a little bit of your freedom and we'll give you more to give up some of that freedom. And right now the NCAA is saying to student athletes, we want most of the money, most of the revenue, most of the control, and you guys are worth 1/100th of what a lot of you think you're worth.
You're worth what we think you are going to be.
And if you step outside of that, not only are you banned, but now your school
gets kicked out.
Is kicked out.
In what world does that work?
I don't know.
And yet that is a real thing that they are trying to get universities to sign.
I don't think it's a genuine try. I think we misunderstand this conversation.
Then what's the end game for them? If they're going,
they know there will eventually be a student athletes union, and they will have to negotiate some sort of collective bargaining with the athletes that is significantly higher than the $20.5 million they've agreed to so far. They know it's going to be a lot more than that.
Yeah.
So they're just going to keep throwing bad ideas at court to delay the inevitable. Every single person I speak to about this issue says the players need to unionize. They need to agree to it. There will be a few holdouts every year, like whether it's Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter. Remember, Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't want to sign it in the NFL, which was wild. You'll get that a few times in college with the high level guys. For 99.999% of athletes, it'll work. Not only that, but instead of these like car dealership deals where you're like, I'm not sure how much this freshman is getting because he's got this car and this whatever, you have to disclose everything so everyone knows what everyone is getting. That doesn't set a bar. It doesn't set a benchmark because outside businesses can give what they want, but you at least know the market you're up against if you want a 5-star receiver.
When you talk to coaches, because you're more dialed in than most people in this world, you're dialed into the high school ranks and you're dialed into the coaches. So when you talk to college coaches, what is their sense right now of, I guess, the current landscape? Are they frustrated with it? Are they accepting it for what it is? Are they thriving in it? When you talk to most people, what is their view of this? And kind of are they nervous? Are they excited about where this goes eventually, in a year or 2 or 3, 4 years down the road?
The special breeds who have endless work ethic and endless resources,
Sure.
your Mario Cristobal's, your Dan Lannings,
Yeah.
they're thriving in this
Yeah.
environment. They're thriving. Kirby Smart's figuring it out.
Yeah.
Nick Saban is out of it, but you can see he'd be like, man, this would be a headache to keep my roster together. I don't like this.
Yeah.
But at the same side of his mouth, he says, we tried to recruit this kid when he was never in the portal. And he did that during 2 NFL drafts on the live broadcast.
Yeah.
I think most people are in wait and see and understanding full well that it's a chaotic time. I don't know that you're going to get a uniform fit. I mean, coaches are all run the game. Chip Kelly's going to feel differently about it than Dan Lanning. Chip Kelly's going to feel differently about it than a Mario Cristobal. I think there are a lot of coaches who are fed up staying up nights, worrying on Christmas. Am I going to have my star player enter the portal because such and such third-party person told them they can pay him $250,000? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of frustration with that. And I don't know that that's ever going to go away because you can't stop businesses from paying players. But if they establish a system where you have to disclose how much is getting paid before an athlete signs it, you at least give colleges an opportunity to match and not get a backdoor loss of a big-time staple of their program. And I think coaches are looking for this to stop being the wild, wild west. They want an answer on what's the market for a 4-star receiver, because he just went and visited, I'm going to just make up schools.
Sure.
He went to Rutgers, and he comes back from Rutgers, and he says they're going to pay him $200,000 a year. We have a great shot at him. We offered him $100,000 a year. Do we match an offer we don't know if it even exists at Rutgers?
Sure.
Or do we stick to our guns and we maybe lose him because he might be really getting double from Rutgers, or he might be making that up, and then we're betting and
against yourselves.
Bidding against ourselves. So is there a way we can have these deals disclosed ahead of time that it's a bid essentially, and the kid can say, these are my options, and the schools can see it so they can at least match their boards?
Because there's no other. This is so unique because no other country in the world does this. Like there's no university system with athletics anywhere in the world. We're the only ones that do this, and we did it illegally for so long, and now we're trying to come out on the other side of it.
Right.
And I don't know. When I look at this, I always thought that it would eventually settle and it would be a fairly quick thing. But the more I think about it and the more I see it and the more I see the ignorance and the stubbornness of these institutions, I don't know. I'm generally concerned for the outcome and how long this is going to take and how ugly it could get.
And you look at like a really recent example. Well, I mean, Jackson Kent was the #1 recruit in the nation.
Yeah.
And his recruitment perfectly lays out all the problems with it and all the different ways. He hired Drew Rosenhaus as his agent and then said it wasn't about NIL. This thing is getting ugly. It's getting out of hand. We need rules in place across the board.
We kind of got derailed there a little bit, but I just think that to me, this is a very interesting topic because it's just, is that I could never have anticipated in this short amount of time that we would have gone from one thing to whatever the hell this is with no clear picture of what it looks like on the horizon or how long it will take to get there. But when we come back, I do want to touch upon this because I actually think that this has made for a better product on the field, and we'll touch in on some of the playoffs going on right now. And also, in the world of college sports right now, money rules, but when you accept the most money, is that ultimately the best thing for you? Because there might be one Major League Baseball player that's having some money regrets right now. All of that before we get to Club 1080 here on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, just moments away from tip-off in the Western Conference Finals, Game 1 between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves. OKC favored by 7 points in that one. They'll be tipping it off over on ESPN. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference Finals on the ice have already started, and the Florida Panthers are on the board first. They score a power play goal courtesy of Carter Verhaeghe. They're up 1-0 in the first period. Meanwhile, the Mariners back in Chicago tonight, hoping to play a ball game, but the start of that one has been delayed due to rain. In the NFL, the league owners have voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics, which debuts in the 2028 games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Zaya hits it out to right center. Stowers at the track, the wall, it's gone! Zaya says, see ya! 12th homer of the year. 2-run shot. Cubs piling it on here in the 6th.
Yeah, that's the Cubs putting up an 8 spot. It was, I believe, 1-1 going into
that's correct,
into the 7th, and then they put up 8.
They're up 9-1 now.
Yeah. Well, that and the Marlins suck. So go Suzuki and apparently go Cubs because they are just giving it to the Marlins. Who's Leading the Charge is powered by Battery Exchange. Power up your summer at Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
Hey, it's Suk. And guys, if you're losing your hair and you need a simple
have a say in how it's done.
Right.
Like you can't run, all car companies can't get together. Like you can't get Ford, Toyota, Honda, all of them to get together and say, no one in the auto industry is going to make more than $4 an hour, and they're going to work 6 days a week, and they're going to get 3 days of vacation. And if you don't like it, no, that's you cannot do that.
It's illegal.
It is
It's
illegal.
literally illegal.
It is illegal. You can't put arbitrary rules on people. And I think that's where the general public gets misled, is because for 100 years, the NCAA did exactly that. And someone eventually woke up and was like, well, no, like we're just going to sue your ass. And so now every time someone in the general public says, well, why don't they just make it where you can only transfer once? If you transfer more than that, then you have to sit out. And yes, you can make money, but you can only make money in this amount, or you have to wait until you graduate in order to do it. We're going to put all these restrictions on it. All of those things in theory are great ideas to, quote, fix what's wrong with college sports. But you can't do that unless the players have a say in how it's governed. It is literally against federal law. And I think that's where, to me, the general public, that's every comment that comes out on how to fix college sports is literally against the law. Telling a kid you can only make this much money and you can only do this much and this is how long you can play, that's just not the way. Imagine someone, a league unilaterally going to an NBA player and saying, yeah, we only think you're worth this amount and you get no say in it whatsoever. Like that's because when people bring up a salary cap in the NBA or a salary cap in the NFL, yes, because a players union got together and agreed on what that salary cap is. And that salary cap is tied to what? League revenues.
And by the way, they were given a bigger piece of the pie. Here's the thing. Players are not being so wildly greedy. These schools are falling all over themselves
to give away money,
trying to buy players for their roster. Like, you want to see a crazy recruitment. Look at Jackson Cantwell. Yeah. Jackson Cantwell was offered $2 million. Yeah, the number one recruit in the nation up until the most recent update. He fell to number 9, but he's an elite thrower too. So he's gonna win a national title in track.
Yeah. So he was down to like Georgia, Oregon, and Miami. Ended up going to Miami.
Miami offered him $2 million a year. Georgia was going to get him, and they weren't coming close to that, but their infrastructure was going to get close if he became a starter, became a star. And basically Miami was like, blank check. His agent was Drew Rosenhaus, and Miami basically went, how much will it take to get you? Yeah. And it's an escalating number that's right around $2.5 million when he walks in the door. He didn't go to each of those schools and go, you know what it's going to take? $2.5 million. He went and visited schools, and Miami started with, how about 2? And it didn't get it done, and they went, 2.5, we don't care. They're fine with it. And the other piece that people are missing is we need to cap these. Even the fallout of all this stuff actually is on the school. The reason these kids are transferring is because schools are falling all over themselves to give them money. They want them to perform to that level. So we need a 4-star receiver. Let's find a 4-star receiver. We'll give them $100,000 a year. The average 4-star recruit gets $100,000 a year. Some a little more, some a little less. That's been the case for a few years now. If you're a 4-star recruit, if you're the number 270 player in the country, you're getting $100,000 a year. I mean, it would be weird if you weren't. You have a bad agent if you weren't. So these guys go to school, and the school realizes, or the program or their boosters or however it works, their cap structure, we are overpaying this kid. He's never going to pan out. They are then incentivized to get him out of school to transfer so they can get another player for $100,000 that potentially does live up to that. So even these kids that are transferring 4 and 5 times, most of them are not transferring for a raise each time. Cam Ward did. He was the number 1 pick in the draft. You know how many number 1 picks in the draft there are every year? 1. Yeah. Most of these kids are going, and as they're going down in salary as schools say, you can't be here for $50,000 a year. You're worth nothing. Yeah. And then somebody says, we'll pay for your scholarship and we'll give you room and board. We'll give you like $5,000 a month. And some of these 4 and 5-star kids are down to that. And you're like, he's transferred 5 times. It's like, yeah. And his salary has dropped from $1.5 million a year.
Nelson, the USC quarterback he's
getting like, not him in general, but guys are getting $1.5 million and they drop all the way down to like, okay, I'm getting a scholarship and $20,000. Yeah.
The kid that went to Georgia or was going to go to Miami and then to Georgia and then Arizona
Rashada.
State, Georgia, and
Jaden Rashada.
Jaden Rashada.
And it's programs like Oregon State, and it's not fair to them. They have their stars leave.
Yeah.
I've had in previous years a coach from Oregon State tell me, we try to get rid of the bottom of our roster every year too. Yeah. We tell kids to leave every year.
Yeah, because once you realize that the kid isn't gonna be a player for you, they're unrecruited.
They're unrecruited. They're de-recruited from the roster.
Bottom third.
So it's working both ways. So even the things where people are this isn't working for the athletes. They're overpaid. They're whatever. This is like GMs in the NBA. They had to put caps in place because NBA teams are falling all over themselves to give max deals to everybody, and they say we can't have this because you guys just overpay. That's what's happening in college sports right now.
Yeah, rich people can't be entrusted to have regulations on themselves.
Right.
Because when you're competing against someone else, there's always that fear of, well, if they're doing that, we need to do that. And having discipline in the pocket strings or in the pocketbooks might be the hardest thing to do when you have a competitive world out there.
The year after the Ducks won the Fiesta Bowl with Joey Harrington, the university reported they had 40% more applications to the university. They could increase the student body significantly, and that is worth a lot.
Yeah, it's like the Nick Saban effect. When you look at the amount of money that Nick Saban brought into Alabama, it's astronomical. It's just silly. So when there's
giving the players $20 million a year and saying
change.
That's the cutoff for revenue sharing is insane.
The one good thing, and I saw this today because Boogie Flan, who was a guard out of Arkansas, that was a borderline first-round pick, and Darian Williams, who was a Texas Tech guard, again, borderline. These guys weren't top 10 picks, but guys into the past, they both entered their name into the NBA draft, and with a good process could have been first-round picks.
Yes.
And under all previous years, they would have left. Both of those guys pulled out of the NBA draft and are in the transfer portal.
Yes.
And Boogie Flan, by the way, is going to Florida, and Florida won a national championship just this year. So the weird thing is, I know for some schools this is going to stink because, the little schools are going to continue to get rated. And not that Arkansas is necessarily a little school, but hey, you lost your best player to the national champion. And Texas Tech is a solid program, has played for a national champion, but they're going to lose their top guy to a better program.
Big corporations buy the stars from little corporations or incorporate their tools that are worth a lot of money.
But when you look around,
that's what's happening in
you look in the college football playoff last year, it was almost exclusively transfer quarterbacks, right? Yeah. So in one way, as much as this stinks, the product that's going to be on the floor by people sticking around, like I'm surprised, Quinn Ewers, I wonder if he could do it again. Quinn Ewers was in the back half of the draft. Quinn Ewers would have made more in 1 year transferring to Notre Dame than he would have in the first 4 years of his NFL contract.
Oh, no doubt.
So you are going to get more guys to stick around. So for all the talk of college football and college sports being in this mess and I'm losing interest in it, the product that they are going to be giving us on the court and on the field are going to be better than ever. Guys are going to stay longer. Guys are going to fill in gaps. You're not going to have as many down years for the bigger schools. And I'm saying at least for the big schools, the top 30 schools in football and basketball, their rosters are going to be better than ever. In fact, the 4 Final Four teams, according to Ken Palm, those were 4 of the best 10 college basketball teams since he's ever started tracking.
Right.
In 1 year.
Right.
So,
and we saw this in the NFL draft too.
Yeah.
You had multiple experts say by mid-5th round this year, we were mostly dealing with, outside of a character issue guy or whatever, we were mostly dealing with guys who would have gone undrafted, that essentially 75 to 100 guys that would have declared normally, that 5th, 6th, 7th round guy, they all stayed in school. Well, that's 75 to 100 more good players.
So it's the product on the field, at least, is going to continue to get better, which means it's going to continue to drive interest and it's going to continue to drive revenue. And eventually, hopefully, for the love of God, we settle on something. And maybe we just settle on, at the end of the day, we go where the highest dollar is. And that's usually what happens. But there's a unique situation because I'm not necessarily sure that the most money is always the best decision. I think there's one high-profile athlete that you're getting a small glimpse of that. We'll touch upon that before we move into Club 1080. Primetime right here on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, the Oregon Ducks fighting for their lives in the Golf National Championship semifinal. The women right now taking on Northwestern. If they win their 5-player match, they go to the Natty tomorrow. They're currently trailing 3-2, but 4 of the matches are still live, and they're within 2 strokes in each of them. So hanging in the balance.
They got a chance here.
They very much do.
Can we just say that for the first year, supposedly the rugged Big Ten, Oregon is kicking the hell out of the Big Ten in pretty much every sport.
A partial share, but all the trophies.
Yeah.
The Mods PDX Duck Report, of course, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation,
People chiming in. If interest is never higher, no harm. My Colorado State is like OSU, and there is an element to that. Like, that's who ultimately loses in all this is the Oregon States of the world. That's why when me and Rob were first having this discussion, and Rob, you know, and this, we're all have different opinions, but he was kind of the, hey, maybe this could be a good thing for Oregon State. And no, you knew where, if you just kind of looked at where this was going, this was never going to end well for the smaller schools. I think ultimately it ends well for 30 to 50 of the bigger schools. And I think everyone else, unfortunately, well, and maybe 70 when you consider how many Power 4 conference. But if you're not in one of the Power 4 conferences, it doesn't end well for you.
And here's the thing for people who are like they're the victims, and they are in this system.
Sure.
Washington State took Cam Ward from Incarnate Word.
Sure.
So they're willing to do it too.
Sure.
They get transfers from smaller schools.
It's like when you look at history, right? You can sit there and you can say, well, invading countries is wrong, and imperialism and all that, but no one has. And now we've settled into a world where yes, we've become civilized, but if you look back through history, no one's history is clean.
Right.
It's just you were able to gobble up what you were able to do. And the only thing that stopped you was someone bigger coming in and being like, well, we will do it back to you. Now you've kind of settled into, for the most part, this is what we do. We've all agreed that for everyone's benefit, we're just going to kind of stay put. You still get occasionally someone rogue, but that's kind of where we're at in college sports. But yes, for every little guy that gets mad, he's ultimately mad because he can't do it anymore. He used to be able to do it, or he still wants to do it. He just can't.
Or he's doing it to schools that make less money.
Yes.
Oregon State will still get the Portland State transfer all the time, the Idaho transfer, and never bat an eye. Yeah. And Idaho's going, wait, what the heck? What's happening to us? It's just the way it works.
Yeah. It's just the little guy will always he always gets the short end of the stick.
It is funny though, because sometimes guys transfer, and they do transfer for the big money, or they do make a move for the big money. And it doesn't quite work out the way they want. And I think it happens at the college level, and I think sometimes it even happens at the pro level.
Well, it's and I'll get into this more and work up against it, but I did, I'm a Mets fan, and Juan Soto signed a 15-year deal in the offseason for like $575 million. Second biggest contract in Major League Baseball history behind Shohei Ohtani. So, I mean, he's getting $575 guaranteed dollars, $575 million, no matter what he does. And so far this season, it hasn't been particularly good. He's fat. He gained a bunch of weight. He seems kind of disinterested. Everything he does is scrutinized, right? If he doesn't run out a ground ball.
It's in New York, yeah.
It's in New York. He's already made some comments about, the lineup in with the Mets isn't the same as the lineup in the Yankees. They played the Yankees this just last weekend, and they said it was the first time anyone's really seen Juan Soto look happy, and it was when he was hanging with his old teammates with the Yankees. And so, of course, now there's a lot of speculation of, he didn't really want to go to the Mets. He just went there for $575 million. And so there is that element of, it's not always the most money. If you're a wide receiver and the University of Miami, you were joking about this, pays you $2 million to go to Miami and it's a Mario Cristobal offense, that may not be the best thing ever. If someone offering you $1.5 million, it might be worthwhile to go to the 1.5. Like there's a
I'd rather be at LSU or Ohio State,
right? Like if you told me that I could grow and develop in a Mario Cristobal offense at Miami at $2 million, or I could go play at LSU or Ohio State and make 1.5 or even like 1.3, at the end of the day, which one of those is a better ultimate decision for you financially and in the long run? I personally think it's Ohio State, and I think it's LSU. But for a kid that's 19 years old, maybe that money is the end all to be all, and you can't see future development. And maybe that's the short side of the stick, is that you ultimately, like in your mind, does the kid in college ultimately take the most money the majority of the time?
Oh, or at least close. And what you end up getting is you get 3 or 4 schools that all really want him. They do want him. I mean, they're good. The guys that are getting paid. And they say, hey, I'd rather go here than here. But they're offering $50,000 more a year. And they go, okay, we'll match to make this.
But for the most part, you have to be.
You got to be in the ballpark.
You got to be in the ballpark.
You got to be in the ballpark for sure. Yeah. And there's little things you can do. Okay, we can't give you the most NIL money, but the next sponsorship that comes up, you're going to be a part of that.
Sure.
But you better be in the ballpark.
Yeah. The hometown discount isn't really a thing.
Not when you're talking about zero compared to $150,000 a year. And that happens sometimes where a school thinks we're going to get this kid for nothing. Yeah. And another school comes in and says, we'll give you $150,000. Yeah. They're like, I love being a hometown hero, but my parents collectively don't make $150,000 a year. I have to take that money to help my family.
But that's why I wonder, like the Juan Soto thing. If someone offers you $575 million and you don't really want to be a Met, and the Yankees are offering you $480 million and $100 million. And $100 million is a lot. But you're not. Is there anything you can buy with $580 million that you can't buy with $400?
Well, wasn't one of the sticking points like reportedly they wouldn't give him his own suite
His own
for
suite.
all 81 home games?
Yes.
And they're like, listen, not even Aaron Judge has his own suite. I don't know what you want us to do. Like, you're not getting a suite. And he's like, fine, the Mets will give me a suite.
Yeah, Juan Soto wanted a luxury suite for his family.
Okay.
And the Yankees were like, well, we can't do that.
We don't do that for anybody.
But
Right.
I just wonder how many times in sports you take the most money and ultimately, like, you see this with number 2 receivers a lot.
Yes.
Number 2 receivers take a lot of money to go to a bad team and be the number 1 receiver, and then a year later you're cut and you're like, it's a little easier when I was the number 2 guy and was playing with Patrick Mahomes as opposed to playing in Miami.
Yeah, Jordan Addison, I feel like, seems pretty happy being opposite Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, don't Jordan Addison, don't go to the Carolina Panthers.
You don't need to be a Brown.
No. All right. We come back. Club 1080. Would you do this naked? We have hot animal news of the snake or kangaroo variety, and trying to sell a $6 million toilet. Suddenly, a lot to get to, and we'll keep you updated on what's going on in the conference finals in hockey and the NBA. Club 1080 coming up next here on The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers.
Always live on the Odyssey app is KFXX, KWJJ, HD2 Portland, 1080, The Fan.
Gunslinger, making it up as you go.
An Odyssey sports station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, the NBA playoffs resuming tonight. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals underway in Oklahoma City right now. About 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. It's a 19-17 in favor of the Timberwolves. Julius Randle leading the way with 6 points for Minnesota. Meanwhile, over on the ice, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. Florida jumping out to a 2-0 lead behind goals from Carter Verhaeghe and Aaron Ekblad, but Sebastian Aho cuts the deficit in half just before the first intermission. Meanwhile, in Major League Baseball, the Mariners trying to play again tonight in Chicago, but the start of that game has been delayed due to rain in the first inning. The NFL owners have all voted unanimously to allow their players to play in the flag football event in the Olympics. That'll debut in 2028 in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Curtain missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah. And once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
We're just playing with men with holes.
Okay, we apologize.
My mom is adorably racist.
Okay, we apologize.
What? Hey, the Nazi Power Hour. Where do I find that?
Okay, we apologize.
The only thing better than mauling a small dog is getting fingered while you do it.
Okay, we apologize.
I used to be a big wife beater guy.
Okay, we apologize.
Make America great, bitch.
Okay, we apologize.
Make America great again. Let's start punching kids in the face.
Okay, we apologize.
Spit on that name.
Okay, we apologize.
It's problematic. Look, the show's problematic. When you take stuff out of context, it's just like...
I've been around long enough now that it used to be the drops. I was like, where in the world did that come from? And a lot of those drops, I was either listening now or I was actually here.
You have the reference points
I was
in
here,
your head.
yeah.
Like some of them I remember. The problematic ones are the ones that I don't remember.
The problematicer?
The problematicer, yes.
Okay.
The problematicer ones. Like it's one thing when you remember, like,
I do know that.
They're easily explained. Like, it's insane. I prefer the whites. It's a problematic drop. That is, I was talking about the Boston Celtic uniforms.
I'm moving more into the whites.
That was wine. I remember that. Rob was talking about red wine versus white.
I don't think those are as funny. I mean, they kind of are because they can get you. But I just we were playing with men.
We're just playing with men with holes. Yes.
I mean, that's
talking about action figures. You'll remember that's about.
That was
action
yesterday.
Figures, but someone's gonna hear that today and be like, "What the hell?"
That was yesterday. We were talking about action figures and
What the hell is going
but
on?
If you take away
that
the old
is wildly out of context. You're like, what in the world could they have
the
possibly
Star Wars figure? If you take the Star Wars figure, you take the lightsaber out of his arm, then you just have a man with a hole. We're just playing with men with holes, and that's just
unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
Space Force.
That's what happens.
I don't think there's a drop of me yet in all the time I've worked here.
Hold on.
Swag got one, but it was just me kind of fumbling over a word, and he thought that was a good drop, and I disagreed wholeheartedly. Everybody does that.
This
It wasn't funny.
Jared Sangapolatele whatever one? Because didn't Prime?
That's one. That's one. Jared Sangapolatele. I got stuck when I was doing a radio interview.
It was like signing day or something, and you're
But
fried. You're like, whatever.
That's not the one I was talking about. It was just a regular word that I just sort of stumbled at, like dictionary, like that kind of thing.
I think it's sexier.
And he saved it.
Let's slide me inside.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Thanks, Eddie.
That has to do with the defensive end sliding to defensive tackle, or
Let's slide me inside.
An offensive tackle sliding to guard. Let's slide me inside's not great.
Okay. Like I said, the ones that you don't remember, to me, are the problematic ones. Like that's the one where I'm like, oh my god.
We get rid of all the women. We get rid of all the black guys.
Yeah, see, like I don't remember that.
I don't remember the context of that one either.
And when you don't remember the context, then you just take it at face value, and that's where they're like the new ones. You're like, oh yeah, I remember what that was, and you can easily explain it away. But there's times where you hear yourself saying something and you're like, oh my God.
Hey, I
That
had
is-
a new wiener the other day, and it was delightful.
And you're
I had
like-
a Chinese wiener.
That is true. I did have Chinese when I had 2 of them. They were great. The BTJ made a wonderful fried rice with Spam and Chinese wieners.
Oh, wow.
Sliced
Okay. Yeah,
up.
I could see that.
You ever had the little Chinese wieners?
Yes.
They're great.
Those Chinese sausages are really good.
Yeah, they're so
they're,
good.
They are legitimately delicious.
But if you fast forward that like 6 years, because some of those drops are like 10 years old, and you're like, dude, I don't know. I don't know. Like the white power rankings, you're just like, Like, I don't know what I was ranking that was white, but it's problematic when you hear it.
There is one that is long, that is infamous behind the scenes, and I don't know if you're allowed to play it anymore. And it was something to do with like peanut butter and a dog.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I think
No.
that's been banned.
No.
banned.
I know it's been banned.
Yeah.
But that's the one of all of them that I don't even get how you possibly could have said the things you were saying in the moment.
I'm asking where the white power rankings
Well,
go.
we said the whole story. The boss said the only way that can be played is if you play the entire. You can't play a clip of it.
You can't play.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I've heard it.
Yeah.
There's multiple things in there that out of context sound absolutely insane.
There was a drop that I clipped, and it was about us talking about all the fun that the NBA was having with the Grady Dick jersey swaps.
Yes.
And because there was like, he did it with like Malik Black, and so it was like their jerseys said black.
They got in
and then the
they
other
got in
ones,
trou-
yeah,
they got in trouble for that.
That
Yeah.
stopped, but Suk was saying some of the combos out loud, and he did Jalen Suggs and Grady Dick, and he did Suggs space and space Dick, but he put it all together, and it did not sound like something you could say.
No.
Yeah.
The peanut butter one is I used to have an American Bulldog, and like it was like 95 pounds of muscle. It was like an alligator. And so she needed to take pills, and she hated taking pills. So they were bigger pills, and so I was trying to get her to take it, and I was wrapping it like in ham, and she just kept spitting out the pill. And so I was like, oh my God. And then we had like these little treats that you're supposed to put the pill in. Wouldn't do it. She just kept spitting it out. So I took peanut butter, and I'd done it before where I would just smear peanut butter in the dog's mouth, and then you like stick the pill up there. And I was wearing like a pair of boxer shorts, and that was it. Just a pair of boxers, like first thing in the morning. And I got into like a wrestling match with a 95-pound bulldog, and peanut butter and things were coming out because it was a boxer short thing. So there's peanut butter everywhere.
Oh, I know the drop.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I can't fathom how some of the things were said on air.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not great. You guys do have a lot of, strangely, you do have a lot of like white powery type quotes. I mean, there's too many for it to be accidental. See, there's a lot.
Lots.
And it seems to be Rop more than anyone.
Thank you. I know that I'll probably have to join a white supremacist gang.
Well, maybe not. Then again.
Hey, I stand by
They
that.
signed that brown guy, and then I went right past him.
See, it's problematic.
Could you mix in a black?
Well, again, if you go to prison, like if I go to prison, I only have one choice.
Black down.
Yeah, you do. You do look like you'd be a skinhead.
Again, I've been told that when
Hey,
you
the
go-
Nazi power hour. Where do I find that?
It's problematic. All right. When we come back, I've got man fights for his life. But does he really? I got questions. I'm not certain if this is the hero story that we're making it out to be.
Uh-oh.
We need to discuss it. The dumbest criminal in the world. And would you do this naked? Speaking of wrestling with a peanut buttered bulldog, would you do this naked? And maybe this is for our Clydesdale over there. Is would you? I'm posing this because you're getting ready to do your
race,
your big race.
Yeah.
And Dusty just got done with a 5K as well.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
A 5K is very different than a triathlon.
No, it's not. It's not a real triathlon. It's a Clydesdale triathlon.
Well, Dusty just did a 5K. I'm going to do a 5K and a 12-mile ride and an 800-meter swim.
Well,
it's
Dusty's no Clydesdale.
That's right.
Dusty's a coward. Club 1080 when rolls on when we come back. I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important to me.
The Portland Trailblazers are for sale.
Oh my God.
you know what you're doing.
You know
and you lean into it. That's why you buy it.
Have you had that peanut butter mix at Costco? That's like M&M's, mini peanut butter cups, or no, it's Reese's Pieces, mini peanut butter cups, peanuts, and chocolate chips and butterscotch chips.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
Oh,
yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
I can eat, and I'm pretty good. I have a lot of self-control, actually, when it comes to food.
Yeah.
I cannot control myself from eating that whole thing within 4 days. I can't. We've gotten 4 of them, and 4 different times I was like, I'll put this away. I'll have a handful a day. All 4 times I ate it within a matter of days.
Whatever size pizza you put in front of me, that pizza will get eaten.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing, like if you're ordering a pizza on your own or by by myself or with my daughter, if I order a small pizza, then that's fine because I know I will eat that small pizza. It will not stop. Medium pizza, gonna eat that. It may take me 45 minutes longer, but that pizza will get eaten. I order a large pizza, maybe that's a late night that pizza gets finished.
Yeah.
Or first thing in the morning, but whatever size pizza is in front of me is going to be eaten. And I understand that going in. You can lie to yourself. I'll do that sometimes with I'll break something, I'll maybe there's a piece of candy or whatever, like a Snickers bar.
Yeah, I get you. I'm going to have a third of it.
And I'll rip that apart, and because I'm going to fool myself and be like, I'll come back.
Right.
Donuts. Do with donuts all the time. I'm going to cut this donut in half. And sometimes whether it's my friend or my kid will be like, listen here, fat ass. You know you're going to eat that. Why are you bothering to cut it in half? And I'll be like, you know what? You're right. And I go back.
It's always in the middle of the evening where it's like you're watching a show and you're like, yeah, I'm going to have half that cookie or I'll have half that bar or I'll open this thing and have half and put the rest back in the pantry. And before the show's over, you're back for the other half or the other third or whatever you left.
My worst thing is pints of ice cream. Like Ben & Jerry's.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get a pint of Ben & Jerry's and I always think, I'll have half now and then half in a few days. I eat the whole pint every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time.
You ever opened a bag of chips under the guise of you're going to have a handful, and then by the time you're done, you look down and there's like 6 chips left in the bag, and then inevitably, what do? Well,
I'm not saving these.
I'm not saving these. This is ridiculous. And then you just go ahead and you eat the final 6.
A lot of milk.
Yeah, it's just the way it works. If you bring something, the key to not eating like crap is to not have crappy food in front of you.
Don't buy it.
If you have crappy food in the house, you will eat crappy food.
Yeah, it's delicious.
If you go out to a restaurant, see, this is where we're Buck with the little kids. It's dangerous because if you go with little kids, you tell me there's a father alive that if you go out to dinner with your family, you're at TGI McScratchy's.
I already know where you're going.
And you order something fairly healthy. You're like, I'm going to get the baked chicken or whatever. And then your little kid over there in his ravioli fist has 3 chicken tenders left over from his kid's meal.
And they cost you $14.95. You're not leaving them there. You're eating them.
Exactly.
I can't even tell you how many leftover chicken strips because that's her go-to thing.
Dude,
she gets them at Mexican places.
For the last
she
2
gets
years,
chicken strips and fries or chicken strips and beans and rice. I always eat chicken
little air
strips
fryer
at Mexican
pizzas,
restaurants
little
now.
chicken nuggets. I'm just finishing those all the time.
And the air fryer is doomsday
Yep.
because now instead of preheating the oven and 30 minutes, those wings are crispy and done in 9 minutes. And it's like, well, I've got to eat a bag of wings now.
And the other one too I even go a step further because it's been years since I've had, kids that are in that range. I would actually, there were times, I hate to admit this, but this is how fat I was. There were times where I would try to talk my kid out of finishing their chicken tenders. I'd be watching them eat, and they got a little
You've
kids
had
plate.
plenty.
And they got 5 tendies on there.
And in your head, you're like, if they stop now, I could have a couple of
Exactly. And all of a sudden, and you're confident that you're going to get some chicken tendies. You feel very confident. And all of a sudden, you look down there, and that little bastard is mowing them down, and you look down, you're like, oh, I don't like the way this is going. There's only 1.5 left.
Shove that straight up your little kid ass.
And they're getting ready to finish that second to the last tender, and you start having to be like, dude, I need some intervention here. And you're like, hey, you want some dessert or... hey, slow down a little bit here. Drink some water. Or you're trying to distract. Hey, you guys, you want some quarters to go play the arcade? Yeah, leave that tendy right there. Because in my mind, I've already set myself up. Tendies are on the menu. And what happens when you get down,
your side dish.
Yeah, you default ordered them because your kid did. Yeah, I get it.
And all of a sudden you look down and you realize it's a sad day. When you look down and there's no tendies.
And all you had was your crappy baked chicken.
Exactly.
This happened to me 2 days ago. I went and got a spicy chicken sandwich from Popeyes. 1. And that's it. No side, just a sandwich. I was like, that's not great, but it's not I'm not eating 1,500 calories. My daughter wanted chicken tendies meal, right? So she gets chicken tendies and fries. She's eating her meal with mom, and I go in the other room and take some time and eat my sandwich.
Yeah.
I come back out, and I think she's eaten it all. And I'm like, no way. She's 6, like a box. No way. So I'm thinking she's eating it all. It's tucked kind of to the side of the Popeyes box.
Yeah.
A full tendy with still an unopened ranch for dipping. And I was like, oh.
It's magical.
Okay, this happened, and this is perfect.
And like this, like the heavens open up.
Yeah, my side of tendies delivered.
Yeah. This guy says my wife's on Ozempic now, and I'm gaining all the weight from the food she leaves on her plate. That's dastardly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Ozempic basically just like makes you not want to eat.
Curbs your appetite.
Just curbs your appetite. So yeah, like the wife's like never looked better. Meanwhile, my man over there's got like a nice set of love handles and moves because he's eating all the leftovers. You can't say no to leftovers. You just can't. I paid for it. I might as well eat it. In fact, we were at this was like maybe like 8 months ago. We went to what's the chicken place? JoJo's. We went to JoJo's over here.
Oh, delicious.
It was me, the BTJ, and then some of her friends. And all her friends have little kids, right? So I'm like the old man. So I'm out of the kid game. So I'm there for brunch, and I ordered my whatever. I think I had like a chicken and waffle. And there was like 6 kids at the table. And they're just ordering, it's just a series of JoJo's and chicken strips and everything. And I'm sitting there, and like I was having like withdrawals.
You're like, there's going to be a mountain left over, and it's not going to be mine.
And I'm just kind of sitting there at the corner, and I was like, oh my God, in what world can I reach over and eat other kids' chicken?
Should I just not order?
I was like having this debate in myself. I'm like, is it rude to ask for, hey, is your kid gonna finish that chicken? And as they finish, and I watched the dads eat the leftover chicken, I was in the corner like, it was like that scene like where the Indian turns around the Native American, he sees the trash pile and like one tear.
Yeah.
That was me in the corner, just sitting there. And I think one parent, like one mom, I think saw me and was like, this fat ass. And she goes like this, does anyone want these? I don't think little Johnny is going to eat any of these. And they pushed it to the middle of the table, and I had to pretend to do
I'm good. I'm good. Well, if no one's gonna,
I couldn't. That seems no. You should take those. You should take those home. And then it was like, well, no, they were actually like from out of town. They're like, no, we're not gonna take those home. So they're just gonna sit there, and no one's gonna eat them. And I'm like, well, I mean, if no one, I
wouldn't want them to go to waste.
Wouldn't want. Maybe just next thing I know, I'm just stabbing JoJo's and
you
chicken
think
tenders.
She's sympathy past you?
I think she's sympathy past me chicken.
So that's how desperate you look.
I think so. Wow. And because it was from like the other end of the table, because there was like 8 to 10 people there.
Yeah.
And I was at one corner because like when you're not really affiliated with the group, I didn't know anyone really there.
It makes me sad.
I was just there as the spouse of their friend.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm in the corner.
You were +1ing.
I was +1ing.
Yeah.
But I think that one mom from down in the corner spotted, because I guarantee that I was side-eyeing some chicken tendies the entire time.
That poor hungry white supremacist.
Yes. I guarantee she was just looking at me being like, this dude. That and for fearful that maybe I was going to come down and like push a kid over.
Yeah.
But it was hard. It was literally hard watching because the kids had all of these kids' meals. And I was like, oh, one kid had like a pancake. It was like pouring syrup. I was like, God, I want some of that. Want some of that pancake. And it was the first time I just haven't been in the kid food game in so long. But it looked freaking fantastic.
I think
you can't eat other people's kids' food.
Right.
You
no,
can't.
that's true. I think my dastardly move is I'll give you a bite of mine if I can have a bite of yours.
Yeah.
And a kid takes a kid bite. And if they have a cheeseburger,
yeah,
you can get a good third of that burger in one bite.
We called that the dad tax.
Right.
My grandpa had a signature move that has passed down through the generations now, and that was when he wanted something from one of the kids that was eating on their plate, he would say, whoa, you're eating that wrong. I got to show you how that's done. You're holding your fork wrong, and he'd grab the utensil, and he'd cut off a little bite, and then you've got to have the angle like this when you go to, and before the kid knows it, they're just sitting there watching grandpa eat your dessert.
That only works till a kid's 5 or 6. Then they start getting territorial.
Oh, definitely, but it's good for a couple.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, that's a good couple of years out of it.
When that little S finishes his plate, it's just, as they get older, you're like, man. Or you start encouraging them to order from the big boy menu, You're like, hey, why don't you not order a kid's meal?
See, now we're in this awful
Why don't
spot
you order
where
the full meal?
our little guy is such a Hoover that, like, he will finish the little snacks that we bring for him, the Nuggies and the Cheerios and all that. And my wife and I will be having, like, I don't know, dim sum or carne asada tacos or whatever. And he's like, more? And he wants that. I'm like, no. We got enough for us. You don't get our dinner too, dude.
This is working the wrong way, buddy.
Yeah, it's bad because then your wife's like, oh, give him some. You're like, no.
I literally ordered all of this, and I was hoping they wouldn't finish theirs.
I want my
now
pork
I'm
belly
giving up
udon. I'm sorry.
Now I'm giving up some of mine. This is not what I signed up for.
Yeah, well, and you got to be careful too with the misses because a standard move from the BTJ is this: hey, I'm not hungry, so you guys just order. You guys just order for you. Nice try, because I know as soon as that food comes, those little rat claws are digging into my food. I'm like, no.
What you get is
order
going to be
something.
delicious, and she's going to want some.
Exactly. What also pisses me off is she always wants to do the family style, which is fine. But she orders crap that no one else wants.
Yeah, I hate that.
My buddy came over just the other night. My buddy was up from Bend. We were hanging out. We were having some beers. And we realized it was getting kind of late. And she supposedly had already eaten dinner. She was coming back from the Kendrick Lamar show.
Okay, yeah.
So she had supposedly already eaten. And so she was like, hey, if you guys, bought you guys get some food. It was like 7:30. We didn't realize it. So I was like, oh, okay. Let's order some like Chinese. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, no, what do you want? Because I know you're going to try to eat the Chinese. And she's like, we'll just do family style. And I was like, what are you ordering? And she didn't want to say anything. And I was like, exactly. You know what she ordered? She ordered tofu fish.
Oh.
So she wants a bite of tofu fish and also your chow mein and also someone else's fried chicken.
Believe me, it turned into a whole thing. My buddy was laughing. I was like, no one wants tofu fish but you. So this is ridiculous because you're going to order a tofu fish. No one's going to eat any of it, and you are going to eat off everyone else's plate. You don't get to order family style when you order evil jungle noodle, which is another thing that she ordered one time. She orders something that no one else wants and then expects it to be family style. I'm like, no.
And you know what? You can order that if you plan on just having that yourself and not doing family style. You have two options. We can do family style and then you get something everyone likes, or you do you, but you do you.
Yeah, you might have to choose your second choice if your first choice is something no one wants.
Correct.
That's how family style works.
Yeah. I order a delicious like sesame chicken and you order evil jungle noodle. Don't come over here to my sesame chicken.
What's in the evil jungle noodle?
It wasn't good. The best part is I made fun of her and she was like, no, and she hated it. It turned out it was crap. I don't know. It was actually called evil jungle noodle, and I was like, what?
Why would you even order that?
Well, because she's always ordering something.
Evil jungle noodle.
Evil jungle noodle. And I was like, that's your fault for ordering. And now she wanted to eat mine. She's like, well, you ordered just basic lame
delicious
Chinese food.
Yeah,
it's
delicious
called
food.
Yeah, when I order Mongolian beef, don't come at me with your tofu fish.
Oh, weird. Is Mongolian beef a staple everywhere because it's yummy?
Yeah. There's a reason why Kung Pao chicken is on the menu, because it's delightful.
You know what's not on every menu? The evil jungle noodle.
Evil jungle noodle. Exactly. Thank you very much. All right. Man fights off animal, although I give him no credit. And why do you have a $6 million toilet? Club 1080. Coming up next.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals out in Oklahoma City tonight. The Timberwolves currently with a 4-point lead. They're up 40-36 with that 3 minutes to go before halftime. Julius Randle making it rain. He's got 18 points, including 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. Isaiah Hartenstein has 10 for OKC. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has 9. Meanwhile, the Panthers and Hurricanes locked in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and coming out of the first intermission, the Florida Panthers scored again. It is now 3-1 in favor of Florida, 8.5 minutes to play in the second period. Meanwhile, Major League Baseball, the Mariners are trying to get a game in tonight, but that is looking less and less likely. They have actually resumed play. They're at the end of the first inning now. After about a 2-hour delay, it is 0-0. And in the NFL, the league owners have voted unanimously to allow its players to participate in flag football in the Olympics. This will debut in the 2028 games in Los Angeles. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
No time for a traditional in-ground vegetable garden? Mr. Plywood stocks all kinds of cedar for building your own raised beds. And the experts at Mr. Plywood can even give you advice and tips so that you can
for your sprint Clyde race.
Yeah.
And like a wolf came up and attacked you, and you fought that thing off barehanded.
Yeah.
That's pretty badass.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a 300 origin story, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Doesn't the boy go and fight off the wolf,
think
and
you're
then
right.
he comes back with its pelt?
I think that's right.
And then becomes king of...
They like send him off because he's either not strong enough or whatever, and he comes back. Like
Oh, it's his test, right?
Yeah.
He has to stay in the
It's like
wild for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I saw this story, and it's a North Carolina man. Where is the bottom line of what is an acceptable animal that is cool to fight off? Because I think this may be the Mendoza line of animals.
It might be the line.
Right? So if you fight off a cougar, it's badass.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
fight off a Rottweiler or a pit bull,
And
right?
honestly, I want to say a cougar's getting close to the line because aren't cougars pretty small?
Oh
no!
Are they
dude,
big?
a
Are cougars
cougar
big?
would
What am I
light
thinking
you
of?
up.
What? There's like a mountain cat that's not that big.
I think that's a bobcat.
And even
Okay.
bobcats are small, but even a bobcat in
fierce.
Arizona, they're
Yeah,
fierce.
dude.
man.
I don't want to. I got my ass
I
kicked
want
once
no
by
part
a
of a
feral
bobcat.
cat, and I mean it. I got lit up by just a feral, like just a regular 15-pound feral cat. Dude, that thing lit my ass up. Ripped my whole arm. I learned a lesson that day. Ended up in our garage, and we lived out in Woodburn, and my wife at the time was like, we need to take this animal in, and I was like, I think that's a feral cat. And she was like, no, that cat's scared. It's in the garage. We need to feed it or whatever. And like an idiot, I went out there. She convinced me to go out and try to bring the cat in.
Nope.
Yeah, bad idea. Dude, that cat went Tasmanian devil and just shredded my entire arm. And I was like, yeah, you can go, because she had trapped it in the garage to like try to bring it in.
Go untrap it.
Yeah, that's open the garage door, F that thing, get on out of there. A North Carolina man, and this was this made the news, and he strangled this animal to death.
Oh, no.
With his bare hands. It was a coyote.
Oh, I was going to say coyote.
That does feel like the line. Like coyote, depending on situation, depending on if you're surprised, depending on if it's aggressive, rabid, whatever, could be pretty badass. Anything smaller than a coyote.
We live, behind my house is a protected wetlands.
Yeah.
And we have deer in there every morning. The coyotes get stuff, the rabbits, there's all kinds of stuff like behind our house. There's a coyote den very close to our house. They've been very close to me lots of times. They're not very big,
Right? No.
and they're not scary.
What are we talking, like 40 pounds? Like
Maybe.
I don't even know that.
Maybe. I would think the adult males are 40 pounds. Some of them they're not a big dog.
A coyote?
Like a Labradoodle would be a bigger animal than most coyotes.
So my man is in Roxborough, North Carolina, and this is the headline: Man survives brutal coyote attack by strangling it with his bare hands. He was smoking. He was outside of his home. I guess it was an apartment. He was smoking on a heater, and he said he saw the coyote emerge from the nearby woods, and he tried to distract it by throwing rocks. I'm not sure why you're distracting a coyote by throwing rocks at it.
Wouldn't that get its attention?
Right? It seemed a little odd. So, I don't know, he just said, he said he was smoking outdoors near his apartment complex when the coyote struck. I felt something watch me, and I just felt like it was hunting me or something. Really? The coyote was hunting you?
So the dude was messing with a coyote and throwing rocks at it, and it defended itself?
Yeah, he said he saw the coyote emerge from the nearby woods, and he threw rocks at it to distract him, but he tripped in the process. You tripped throwing rocks.
Was this guy smoking a doobie? Is that what kind of smoking he was doing?
I don't know. But he's throwing rocks at the coyote because the coyote's hunting him. By the way, this made like national headlines. I saw this on Yahoo.
Because didn't it say it took him like 10 minutes to choke the thing
Exactly.
out?
So
it takes a long time to choke something to death.
Yeah.
That's what I hear. So he trips, David Carradine style. So he trips throwing the rocks, and he says that's when the animal attacked. He said he jumped on me, and I caught him in the air, and it was biting me. So when I threw him down, I'm trying to slide out of the way, but he just kept coming. After attempting to yell at the coyote to scare it off, the coyote continued to bite him. I had to rip my left hand out of his mouth, and that's when I got my left hand out. I just choked him all the way until the police got there. The police showed up. He said he wanted to make sure the coyote was dead so it would not harm any of his neighbors. I just grabbed him by the throat. I was on top of him and put my knee in his throat, and I ain't let go. I had my hand on his throat and my knee on his throat, and he strangled this thing. And you should see the coyote.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah.
The average coyote weighs between 20 and 35 pounds.
That's my Labradoodle.
That's
Posey is 30 pounds.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it says that this Polian guy, he said he's already becoming a local legend for surviving the attack.
Dude.
People aren't going to believe it, though they're going to think I'm lying. I wasn't afraid, don't get me wrong, but it's either me or him. What? In what world is it me or him?
Did it get you? Yeah.
I'm seeing the photo of this is the coyote. Me or him?
Yeah, he's little.
Really?
That's a little coyote. That's a 25-pound.
Fire away, big boy.
How big is your Labradoodle, Buck?
30 pounds.
Has it ever been you? Has it ever been anything, Posey or them?
If it really got mad and attacked
If
you,
she
could
was
you easily
rabid,
toss him around?
I could handle it still.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm not trying to discredit this man's harrowing fight.
You're not?
I just got
Maybe
questions. I got questions.
Oh, yeah.
Local legend.
Big questions.
Me or him?
How small is local? Like, have they never had anything ever happen there ever?
I mean, it is, what is it? It's somewhere in rural North Carolina. Yeah, Roxborough, North Carolina.
It's possible.
And they're describing, again, I don't like brutal coyote.
Local
No, I
hero.
know. It's absurd.
He got his hand bit. And by the way, he was throwing rocks at the coyote.
And then fell
And then
towards it.
fell down towards it.
I don't like this. I don't like this one iota.
I kind of think that this guy murdered a coyote.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
I don't think the coyote did anything. Do we really know
he's
that?
such an effing loser.
I feel like this guy may have attacked the coyote.
You know how in like Scary Movie they do those movies that are bloopers, or not bloopers, but spoofs of Scary Movie?
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be the origin story of a spoof of 300 where
Yes.
the kid goes out with a spear and kills this giant wolf?
Yeah,
this
instead
would
it's
be
a-
the equivalent, this drunken, like,
It's
whatever.
an ultimate F around and find out situation where it's just some idiot drunkenly throwing rocks at an animal that could hurt him. Yeah.
And then he becomes like king of the trailer park and he wears this coyote hat everywhere.
Right. The fact that he said, I was afraid, don't get me wrong, but it's either me or him.
Me or him.
So
Is
that coyote
anyone-
is knee high, right? Roughly?
Maybe.
Yeah, that
Maybe.
thing's tiny.
That's ridiculous.
I mean,
Like, truly ridiculous.
yeah, it says, and of course now the North Carolina Wildlife Commission has had to chime in saying that it advises people to maintain wariness over coyotes. Do not go near them, and try throwing a small object such as a tennis ball or making a loud noise or spraying it with a hose and let it know it is unwelcome near your home. If your solution to dealing with an animal is throwing a tennis ball or spraying it with a hose, that is not a life or death situation. No one has ever come across a grizzly bear and said, you know what I did? I sprayed it with a hose and threw a tennis ball and let it know it was unwelcome.
Yeah, we're not talking about a threat anymore. We're talking about an inconvenience.
Well, that's a play toy. A tennis ball's a play toy to a dog. So you've got this wild, rabid coyote. You know what a solution is to calm this coyote down? Throw him a squeaky toy. Yeah. I'm not buying that he's a hero.
Someone say, no way this is true. Coyotes don't jump on humans. Sometimes I just read a story and my first thought is, this doesn't smell right.
No, it's not good.
And I saw this today, headlines on it was a national headline, and I was like, are you serious? Man in life or death struggle with coyote. And then I read it and I'm like, I don't like it.
I've read somewhere, I know because it came up because there are coyotes in our neighborhood and my wife was a little worried about it. And I looked up and at one point, I don't know if it was just this state or if it was, like west of the Rockies or whatever, a one-on-one coyote has never killed a human in documented United States history.
Yeah, well, it can't.
One-on-one. They've gotten
Which
kids.
is why it wasn't you or him.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know if this is the line. I think this is below
It
the line.
might be below the line.
It might be the line. So now
This
we
might
need
be
to
190
establish
against the Mendoza line.
what is the Mendoza line of an animal that you are proud that you fought to the death? Because I think this is the equivalent of killing a chicken.
Does it become a cougar?
I don't
know. They're really
no, that's
big.
what I'm saying. Would be impressive.
It's super impressive, but that can't be the line. Because honestly, if you asked me,
what's between those two then?
This is what we got to find out. 'Cause if you
Cougars
ask
can weigh
me-
between 64 and 264
Yeah, some
pounds.
So we got to find what's below the cougar but above the coyote.
Yeah, because if you ask me which one I had to fight to the death, bare hand, coyote or male rooster, I'm strangling that coyote no problem. Those male roosters are terrifying.
What about a buck? Like a deer.
Oh, that thing would
with
kick your
antlers.
ass.
That's what I'm saying.
It'd light you up.
Okay, so just a doe, would that be impressive if it attacked you? I'm trying to establish a line here. We've asked for a line. It wouldn't be an elk. Those are gigantic.
Send us in. We need to establish the line where if you kill one with your bare hands and you go on the local news, you become local legend, and we're like, dude, that guy is a badass, because a coyote ain't it.
It's a gorilla. We've been talking about this for weeks.
Scariest thing imaginable. We wrap it up. Club 1080 here on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
What will the vision of the new owner be, and how hands-on will they be? Like, if you want to try and spin the positive long-term angle of the Blazers, there's two things you point at. One is the future draft capital that they have from the Milwaukee Bucks, which looks enticing depending on what happens with Giannis this offseason. And then two, the amount of money that you're going to have off of your books next offseason.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty. Victorico's breakfast tacos are the perfect way to start your day. Fresh eggs, savory meats, creamy chipotle sauce, and all the flavors you love. They're fast, delicious, and ready to go. Visit them in store or order online for takeout at victoricos.com.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Portland Perks.
This year's Portland Craft Beer Festival is happening July 4th through the 6th and features breweries from all over the city. Save 34% on a ticket, which includes 3-day admission, a souvenir cup, and 10 tasting tickets while they last. Available now at portlandperks.com.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something.
I mean, we're up against it, but the best thing that I think we're coming up with is like maybe a bobcat. Because a bobcat, they're not very big, but as someone who's had their ass kicked by a cat, if you've ever encountered just a feral, pissed off cat, dude, I'm telling you, you can snap that thing's neck, but you are walking away from that thing bloodied, and you get like a 30 or 40 pound bobcat,
you're going to need stitches.
You are going to be messed up. You can probably kill it if you get your hands around it. But if it gets you in the neck, it's your ass. And you can fight one off. You could probably kill it, but you are walking away with an ton of stitches. And if someone fought off a bobcat and killed it with their bare hands, I would give them a ton of credit. And I think the bobcat is scarier than like a pit bull or a Rottweiler, which would also be, if you kill a pit bull with your bare hands because it's attacking you,
they're thick, man.
That's badass. Like, that's like, holy God, like, you're lucky. Because they do kill people. Like, you see stories all the time about pit bulls and dogs ripping people apart.
Yes.
So I think that's where we're going. I think the Mendoza line is probably large dog or bobcat. And I'm not certain, like, if you had to face one down, I don't know which one you go with.
It's becoming clear it's less about the mass and more about the ferocity.
Yes.
By the way, I looked it up just to make sure. There is 0 documented cases of an adult human being killed by a coyote in the history of the state of Oregon.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's not a thing.
Yeah, that guy in North Carolina is full of S, me or him. I honestly don't know. If you asked me, I had to fight one between like a big ass pit bull or a bobcat.
I'd choose a pit bull because of a bobcat because of the bite force of a pit bull. If a pit bull gets you, you're in big trouble.
You might have an easier time breaking the neck of a bobcat.
A bobcat could bite you and you wouldn't die. No. If a pit bull gets you, he's gonna tear that limb.
Well, you see like the police, like the police dogs when they grab you and start
yeah.
thrashing.
Oh yeah.
Then maybe the line is really the dog. Maybe the large dog is the ultimate Mendoza line of, it's the most badass thing that you could kill with your bare hands that you actually have a chance to kill. Because I'm assuming if you got like your arms around its neck, you could maybe choke one out or like a thumb in the eye or
What about
something?
an ostrich?
Oh, dude, that thing would eat.
Oh, really?
I don't think you could kill one.
There's a dude who won a Darwin Award because he thought he would get into an ostrich pen at night and dance with an ostrich in it, and they like trampled him
Yeah, I don't think
To death?
Yeah, like 'cause they all like got scared and like defended themselves. And
I'm just
all
trying to think
nuts.
if maybe
Yeah.
we're missing a bird or something right
I
at the
don't know
end
if
here.
you could
Right
kill
at the
an
buzzer.
ostrich. Tell you what, that ostrich is scary ass.
Okay.
Look at the cassowary
I think
sometime.
the ostrich is my version of Buck's cougar, where I'm not quite sure I fully grasp.
All right, that'll do it for us. Tomorrow we'll all be back for one more SOB Souk Buck Nemec edition, and we will join you tomorrow, 3 o'clock, 3 to 7. Have a recap of Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL and Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. I think Hot Corner coming up next, if I'm not mistaken. Yes? No? Do I see him?
Correct.
There's the Hot Corner, boys. Are you listening to Primetime here on The Fan?
I've choked a kook.
It happens.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face,